Good evening, good morning, and good afternoon from every time zone where you can get the internet, even if it's not terrestrial internet. Hello, space aliens. Good to see ya. And also hello to the AIs of 3090,
Yes.
who are scraping YouTube for data. Hello, and feel free to make virtual me and Dave because we've been dead for 1,000 years, so it's all good. And speaking of which, hey, we it's not just me tonight. We have my co-host, the lovely Dave.
All right. Still alive. Knock on wood. I'm happy to believe I'm still going to be around in 3099. You know,
Very good.
me and the AI. Yep. In some form. Who knows?
They will have no better duo to model.
Yes. than this. This is what
This is
society.
what all the
Yeah.
hip kids in 3099 are watching.
We are the wild stallions, Paul. That's the society is based on our groundbreaking teachings. Yeah.
Actually, that is
Be excellent to one another.
one of my favorite things in sometimes in the futuristic movies. They've got some weird Earth thing that we know is like minor and not. I can't think of a good example, but I know this occasionally they pick up on oh, this was super popular in the 21st century when we all
Yes.
know, oh, no, well, not really, but
Yeah.
it survived, right? So,
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
indeed. All right.
Yeah.
Well, it has been,
Been a hot
no,
minute.
it's been a minute. It's been a couple weeks since we've had our last show, so good to see everybody. Um, I had to change a lot of settings because I think last time we had a show, you were here live. So
Yes, that is how long it has been. I was physically there last time. Last
anyway,
time we did this.
so if for those of you who are new to the show, I can't imagine how you would have stumbled on how YouTube would have been pushing you
Yeah.
on us, but we are the only stream on
Oh,
YouTube right now. So if you are new to the show, I'm Paul. This is my co-host Dave.
yes.
We Whenever we have a show, whenever that happens to happen, we
Hmm.
hang out with the lovely people in the chat,
Yes.
which is our favorite part of all of it.
Yes.
And but also while we are waiting for chat to come in, we listen to old episodes of Art Bell
Yes, we
and
do.
we critique those. But uh Dave, we've had bills to pay even though the show hasn't been on air. We still have to
Yeah.
pay the rent for the
Bill's still, Bill's still
frankly,
coming
we
in.
perhaps we should maybe revisit the vast Toast to Toast studio properties
Yes.
that we pay rent on every
The
month.
compound. Yeah.
The compound,
Yeah.
perhaps we should reconsider that. But
Yeah.
and and perhaps we should, but we have our beverages, and frankly, this
Yeah.
is a Toast to Toast show, so we should actually, Dave,
Yeah.
what are
Oh,
we
I have
toasting to? What are we toasting to
just wait,
today?
I got something good for the
Oh, you
toast
got.
because we only
I
have a
didn't. I
little.
got brought something terrible. What I brought
All
today
right.
is
Yeah.
when I was in New Brunswick a little while back, they had a big sale on pineapple tequila.
So that's what we're doing, huh? Well, I
It's,
have
and I'm trying to get rid
16-year-old
of my pineapple
Darwinian
tequila.
Isla Scotch.
All right, so just so
Both,
people don't feel
both
so
very
bad for
good.
me, I
Both
brought
very
I
good.
so even though my main course, my appetizer is maybe not my favorite.
Just
Look Dave, what I got
ooh,
for
ooh la la.
for
Have you
the
tried it?
regular. Yes, I have the Black Fox gin, which is a Christmas gift
Yes.
of sorts from my co-host.
Yay!
Yay!
That's how we
Anyway,
celebrate the birth of Jesus. So, anyways, just to
on to
rewind.
this.
No, 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 no,
Oh,
no, no, no. We're not done. So where did you get this wonderful concoction you're drinking?
this one,
Yeah.
New Brunswick.
Right. Famous for its pineapples and its tequila, if I remember correctly, right? This
Correct.
is
Famously is
just
just
want to drill down on this real
it's
quick.
just everywhere you look, it's nothing but pineapples
Nothing but pineapples and
and
agave. Just
tropics And and a lot of people of Spanish descent or Mexican descent
Yeah.
making tequila.
Anyways,
So cheers.
cheers to
What are we cheers? Here's to hanging out with the audience. We
here's the
missed
New
you guys.
Brunswick's bountiful pineapple crop. May they never wither. Cheers.
Mm.
That's good.
It's actually not terrible, but I have too much of it.
Pineapple tequila, Shannon. That's what he's drinking from New Brunswick. Pineapple tequila. Mm-hmm.
Maybe Shannon missed. We're moving to gin for the main course. Okay, but the point of all that, besides from the fun, is that we incur expenses on this show.
Oh yeah.
Even when we are not on air.
Even with the incredible
which
savings,
is a bad. We really should have a business manager of sorts.
Yeah.
Trying to, it's a bad business model.
Yeah. And but we don't.
Anyway,
we don't. So here we are.
So unfortunately, we would love to run this show, without sponsors.
Mm-hmm.
Although we've made lovely friends from our sponsors over the years.
Absolutely.
But we would love to. But fortunately, if you guys could just hang with us just for a couple minutes, our show is sponsored, and we would like to tell you. Dave would like to tell you about our fine sponsor for this episode.
I would love to, but Paul.
Yes, Dave.
I'm going to be completely upfront with you here. We pride ourselves. Yours is a channel built on intellectual honesty, and we want to be honest with the audience here. Our scheduling issues, I guess you would say, over the last several months have made finding sponsors a little tricky. It turns out, Paul, that when people, and for the purposes of this sponsorship segment, people refers to corporations and their wholly owned subsidiaries. And when these people are about to give you prodigious handfuls of cash to advertise and promote their goods and services, one of the very first questions they're going to ask is, when is this going to air? And it turns out that saying, eventually, probably, hopefully this year, is not a good answer to that question. That is not the answer that they want to hear. So there have been difficulties. Things were said, Paul, hurtful, frankly, mean-spirited things. And some people would be discouraged by this. Nuts. This whole outfit can go pound sand, Paul. Well, I've never been one to let pre-war slang discourage me, so I took this as a challenge. I did, and I have found a sponsor for tonight, and they are they're great. Paul, they're just really, really great, and I'm just really excited to have them. So let me take a moment and tell you about the great sponsor for this show, Boxes. That's right, Paul, Boxes. Have you ever looked at a bag and said, I wish this was harder and maybe sharp? Well, then you're in luck, my friend. The good people at Boxes have heard your lamentations and have made your most mediocre dreams a reality. And believe me when I say, there is nothing more reality than Boxes. Where there is almost nothing you cannot put in a box. And I mean that, literally. That's what they do, Paul. The whole idea of a box is basically that you take a square or rectangle and then you just make it be tall. And I'm going to tell you, if 2 dimensions haven't been enough for you, buddy, I got great news, because Boxes have all 3. Hoo boy. And hollow interiors, they got the hollower interiors than a globe drawn by Edmund Halley. Look it up. Or at least they do until you put stuff in them. What stuff, you say? I could not care less. iPods, maybe? Zooms, remember Zooms? You could put a stash of extra toothpaste for the apocalypse. Bolts. If you got bolts, you got to put them somewhere, right? Might as well be in a box. And if for some ridiculous reason, the fact that you can put stuff in the box is not enough to sway you, the people at Boxes have a truly incredible offer for all of the wonderful viewers on this stream. Simply use the promo code TOAST2TOAST, that's TOAS2, the number 2, TUAST, the number 2, TOST, the next time that you We're out of practice. The next time you are stacking modular storage containers with stuff in them to receive, Paul, at absolutely no extra charge, a free smaller box that you can put inside the first box. And do you know what else, Paul? Here's where things get crazy. You can then use the promo code TOST, the number 2 TOST, the next time you are getting this new smaller box to get another even smaller box that you can put inside the second box. And then do you know what you can do, Paul? I bet you can guess. You can use that promo code Toast to Toast when you're getting that box to get another smaller box to put inside that box. Where does it end? It doesn't. It doesn't, Paul. You can always get a smaller box. Its boxes all the way down. So do not walk, run to the nearest box for a day and help us spit on the grave of Max Planck with the good people at Boxes. You will be infinitely glad that you did. Boxes.
Boxes.
This is
frankly,
this is where we're at. Yeah.
But this is the time of year where boxes really shine.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong there. You're not wrong there.
It seems odd that they need promotion, but cheers to boxes. Also,
they have a hard time getting it, I think. Because here, like, I didn't want to get into this in the ad.
Yeah.
But you basically get boxes for free with like literally anything you buy. So like it's tough. It's a tough sale.
So I need to stop. So one of the things that I like to do at, the Christmas time is I like to put a gift inside a different box so that it obscures what it was.
Okay. Duplicitous. I like it.
And it's always, I try and make it a lame thing. It'd be like, here's your $100 gift card, and it's in like a fruit roll-ups box or something, right? It's this is not something I want. Anyway,
that sounds like wacky
but now we need to discourage that kind of box reuse. For our friends over at Boxes, don't reuse your boxes.
No, get a fresh box.
Get a fresh box. Also,
aren't the people you love worth a fresh box?
Yeah, they are.
That's the message we want to get out there.
They're worth a fresh box.
Yeah. Maybe just buy a new box, you cheap bastard. That's I think what the people at Boxes want me to say. Yeah.
I know that based on my recent purchase history, the folks, the Jeff Bezos, he's working on a box singularity. He is trying to get the infinite. It's now down to like it's one single box that contains all matter and energy.
Contains all matter. I should have
some kind of big bang box that we will have.
An Amazon box at work that was maybe 3 feet by 2 feet. It had an NVMe drive in it. Like it was absolutely mad.
Oh, no.
They clearly were just out of any of the. I've gotten smaller boxes from Amazon before, right? Like you can get boxes that are like this big. Nope, that wasn't. It was. I'm not joking. Like this big and just rattling around is this one little NVMe drive.
This is that. I think this is the best box promotion since they had that that special song that Justin Timberlake did on Saturday Night Live.
Yes.
I forget the name. I forget the name of it, but
just Google it. I'll wait.
Just Google. That's right. Justin Timberlake box song. Just give that.
Andy Samberg was in there too.
Andy Samberg, yeah.
Andy Samberg, yeah.
I forget the details. Okay, Dave. So normally on the we're gonna get to our episode of Art Bell here. Eventually. But normally I do some level of checking. I do some level of, background research. I do some level of whatever. You just sold me like you sent me a sentence. Or you sent me even a link to a sentence. It wasn't even the sentence.
Right. Yeah.
And I was just, I'm in, I guess. I guess I'm just in.
I believe the caption on that was, "I have a present for you," and it was this link. It went because I did listen to like the first 15 minutes of this, and I was like, "Oh, Paul's gonna love this." Yeah.
But so what I realized though is that I like to do a bit of an intro. I can't even do a bit of an intro, except it's something Pye. Somebody Pye?
Something like that. Yeah, I don't remember. Should pull it up. I never usually do, because usually you got some kind
I
of
know.
thing. Or something.
It's Lloyd Pye,
Yes, Lloyd Pye.
which is great on Thanksgiving. Make sure you get yourself some pumpkin.
Get yourself some Lloyd Pye. Yeah,
Some Lloyd Pye.
Traditional.
Yep. Our American friends have Thanksgiving coming up soon.
Yep.
And
We
get
had
yourself
ours.
some Lloyd Pye. We're gonna have a heaping helping of Lloyd Pye here tonight. And Dave, tell the fine folks. So the title of that episode was "Everything You Know Is Wrong."
Yes. Okay. It's so he has some interesting theories about evolution. He's got it figured out, Paul. And he is trying to what's the word? Bring together different schools. The theories of Zachariah Stitchin.
I see. So it's multidisciplinary.
Yeah. With reality. So he's trying to reconcile these things. And the reality he's trying to reconcile this with is the reality that Bigfoot exists. That there are Sasquatches and Yetis and abominable snowmen. So how do you explain that from an evolution point of view? Well, I will let Lloyd explain it.
All right. Well, let's jump right in then, and let's let Lloyd explain himself.
Yeah, explain yourself, young man.
Explain yourself.
What is the meaning of this?
Back to what was this 97? I forget what year we were in.
Yes,
here.
This was 97.
97. Oh, it's December 1st. So virtual, almost the same time of year. Here we go.
See, yeah, there you go.
First though, Dave.
Oh,
just in time. Just in time to delay ourselves a little bit longer. We got a super chat from USA Shaz.
This is true. That's wild.
What? You're the real Mr. Fidget checking in with the review of your replay of my What? Thanks for the. Are you kidding me? USA
that's the real
Shaz?
Mr. Fidget, then this is a bona fide celebrity. That's legitimately awesome.
We hope that we we treated you kindly.
Yeah.
And also we are if you get in contact with the show, thank you for the super chat. We appreciate your $5. But let us know. I would love to. I will pay you. This doesn't need to be a gift. I would love to order a couple of the fidgets.
If that's still a thing that can
be done. Still a thing that you do, USA Shaz. So, send me an email, Paul at Paulogia.com, and we'll get in touch. This is amazing.
Yes.
If it's huge if true. So
well, there you go. All right. Well, this is now officially one of my favorite episodes.
And so hello, Lloyd Pye in the future, if you are watching this. Please also send us a sample of your evolution, whatever it is.
Yes.
I think Mr. Fidget was the only person who had a sample, a thing that
various people have had books and things, certainly.
Oh, books, but
I'm a lot more interested in
that's right.
In a fidget
because we can time travel, right? That's the with the fidget. I could use some time traveling.
Yes.
All right. Well, welcome, Mr. Fidget. Let's turn to Lloyd Pye and see what he's got to say.
Good morning, everybody. Where do you suppose we came from? It is one of the great questions that all mankind would like answered. Did we evolve? Were we created?
Is it a touch quiet?
Was there this slow evolution that occurred over thousands of years, hundreds of thousands, millions? These are questions that are argued, and every side, of course, says the science is on my side. My guest in a moment will endeavor to answer all of this. His name is Lloyd Pye, and he has written a book called Everything You Know Is Wrong.
which is also a good Weird Al song.
It is a
All
great
about
everything you know
evolution.
is wrong. I was thinking of
He's an
playing that as
interesting guy, and I think you're going to enjoy this. So if I were you,
I was thinking about playing that as the intro, everything the Weird Al thing, but we already get enough copyright strikes on this channel, so.
Yes.
Oh, and also hello to the fine folks at whoever keeps copyright striking us over at Toast's Coast. Well, hello to you.
Nice to see you.
Nice
Hopefully
to see you here as well. I'm
this
sure you'll be.
questionable audio quality.
That's right.
Yeah. 1997 broadcast of
That's
AM
right.
radio.
Be sure that we listen to 30 seconds at a time.
Mm-hmm.
Be
Oh,
sure to.
Hello, Vishanti.
buckle in.
So
Now,
quiet.
Lloyd Pye graduated from Amite High School in Amite, Louisiana. Went on to college at Tulane. You got a BS in psychology, right? And then
You got some
somehow
BS,
you went
all right.
into the military and got involved in intelligence. Yeah.
Couldn't get a real degree.
There really is military intelligence.
I don't even have that.
I was gonna say, how's your what? I forget what your degree was in, Dave. What's that?
What
Was
do
that
you
was
have? At school of Hard Knocks.
There is not. My experience is there is not. Of course, now I'm already in trouble.
This is the very home of trouble. Lloyd, don't let it bother you. Then somehow you got involved. How did you began to study Zachariah Sitchin?
I didn't find him until about 1990. Unfortunately,
we've covered Zachariah Hitchin.
Oh yeah, Sitchin
Yeah. on the show in the past. But I'm blanking on what his deal was.
So that was the episode with Dr. Josh on. So he's like a very
yes, that's correct. With Josh and Megan.
Is a scholar.
Right.
He's like, this is what the ancient text, and he's very Nibiru and he's all kinds of. He's written like 40 books.
I think he's got. I think he had Atlantis and.
Yeah, the odd time when I'm going through a used bookstore, because you always see some of his paperbacks there for like $1. I've picked up a couple of his books, but I've only sort of half-assed read them because.
Right, I remember that was the charity stream for MS Walk.
Yes,
and Josh was literally like, if you would have done it for any other, if it hadn't have been a charity stream, like they were just like, nope, Sitchins is there.
Yeah,
Sitchins is there like Kent Hovind to me, or
yes.
whatever.
Yeah, he's the anybody who's an actual
because he thinks he can read ancient Sumerian. I remember now. Yeah,
but he cannot.
Yeah.
But he cannot.
Like everyone else trying.
The whole thing, he gets away with it because so few people
can. Because so few people do.
And he's just like, well, this is what this is, and you're like, okay, and he looks scholarly. He has the voice and the look, so you kind of like, oh, okay, yeah, right. It's like, somebody who's off whatever any stupid expertise, theoretical physics or thing, right, where you get into it and you're just like normal layperson's like, oh, okay, sure. Like I can't refute anything you're saying because, anyways. But he's also he's just nuts. Anything that you can think of, he's all on board for. He's like a full on. Yeah.
In the mid 90s, like the web started to exist,
but
like mass, the having all of humanity's knowledge at your fingertips wasn't as much of a thing then. So you can just say whatever you wanted on the radio. It's like,
but I will say one thing now that I think about it, like in the 80s, certainly up to the 90s, maybe talk radio, the rise kind of changed a little. But previous to that, so somebody like Sitchin, nobody would have been argued with him, but also nobody was giving him like he could publish his paperback books.
Sure.
And kind of go, but like no one's putting him on TV. Anybody who does any kind of like remote, check, which journalists would have done in those days, and they'd be like, oh, everybody who's actually like works at the university thinks this person is a lunatic. Right. So we're not going to put him on a panel show, or, Charlie Rose isn't interviewing him or anything like that. Right. Or Larry King.
I don't know. Larry King had some wackadoodles on his show.
That's true. I wasn't even bad. But you know what I'm saying? So you would have had a hard time. Rise the internet.
Yeah, it's true.
Anybody you can just sort of say anything and there's nobody to stop you. Yeah.
He's not well known, and nearly as well known as he should be. I think for a number of reasons, but for whatever reason, I was looking in the wrong places and didn't find him until 1990. But I had done so much research to that point on hominoids that as soon as I found him, I knew that I was going to be able to construct a new theory of evolution based on my own work, my own extensive work in hominoids and his work.
Hominoid is?
Hominoids are the creatures, the upright, hair-covered primates that people see all around the world on a regular basis. Bigfoot, Sasquatch, we're all familiar with here. The abominable.
Right, not people. Those aren't the ones you see on a regular basis. What you see on a
When you
regular...
go to any biology
You're
department,
naturally, you got on the mall, you're seeing yourself a Sasquatch, you're seeing a Bigfoot.
yeah. So you go to the university department and ask them to define hominoid, and Bigfoot's
Yeah.
gonna be one of the first things they mention. It's like, you know, like,
It's-
like the skunk.
you know, the
That's what we're
the
talking
Sasquatches and the Yetis. Yeah.
about. That's hominoids. Oh, is it? Yep. That's what hominoids are.
Yep. Welcome as a new member to KCI. I don't know. What would you say that is?
I would say Kikini.
Kikini. Sure.
Yeah.
Kikini. Also, I noticed earlier Maya Atkinson is in the chat. Welcome, Maya. I was on Maya's stream a few weeks back.
Oh,
And
nice.
they made me talk about they made me watch a video that I hadn't seen about the Gospel of Judas. I think it was Gospel of Judas. I forget. I forget which.
It was. I did watch the stream, and it was.
Oh
the
yeah,
Gospel.
that's right. Yeah, it was very painful. So
Yeah.
that's
I
kind
don't
of
know. I thought
apparently
you did okay.
that's my niche.
Um,
Well, yeah. No, I know. I
not
have
painful for the audience, painful
apologized
for
for
you.
Maya for how I brought her show down, but
what you're yeah. Yes. See, that's it. We need to get Gutsick Gibbon in here, Paul, to learn some things. Going to educate.
that's right, because
Yeah.
I have never heard Gutsick Gibbon talking about the prominent hominoids of
Yeah.
Bigfoot
How
and
do you
Yeti.
reconcile this with established theories of evolution and our evolutionary, knowledge?
No, that's not. The question is, why, Erica Gutsick Gibbon, have
Yeah.
you not adopted?
Right.
Why
Okay,
have you not adopted the evolutionary methodology of
Got it.
Mr. Pye? I forget.
I-
Lloyd Pye.
I perhaps charitably was just assuming that this has happened, that this knowledge had been, and just wasn't really being talked.
Oh
As
no,
an often established fact isn't, like we don't talk about traffic.
it's true. Presumably, if Erica knew about Lloyd Pye,
yeah,
she would renounce the nonsense she's talking about now.
Yeah.
And
Exactly.
and switch over. Even though I have not yet heard I have not yet heard what Lloyd has to say. So.
Now, Erica, like it would this all makes sense together. Like this is just another, brick in the wall, as it were.
Very good.
Snowman Yeti in the Himalayas, and there are two other kinds that are dominant in other parts of the world that we're not as familiar with in the West, but which are equally prevalent in their areas.
Different names, same creature?
No, different creatures. There are four fundamentally different hominoid creatures out there. The Bigfoot Sasquatch is a giant, 7 to 10 feet tall, weighing 700 to 1,000 pounds. The abominable snowman is called man-sized.
Wait. 7
Okay.
7 feet tall.
7 to 10 feet tall,
Oh, okay.
which is
Because I'm saying even if you were 7 feet tall, if you weighed 1,000 pounds,
yeah,
that's a lot.
that's a lot.
I feel like that's extra chunky even for a 7 foot tall person
Yeah,
to be I'm not gonna I'm not body shaming the Bigfoots.
no, but I mean, there's a lot of they carry quite a bit of muscle. Like they're big boys.
I guess that must mean that their density is high.
Yeah,
But
You
they're
know, like,
basically 6 to 7.
come the buffalo way.
Yeah, but a buffalo.
1,600 kilograms, Paul. So
No one knows what a kilogram is, Dave.
that's true. And actually, that's an extinct species of buffalo. still around 1,000 kilograms, which is would be 2,200 pounds, right? Isn't it 2.2 pounds to a kilogram?
Yeah.
Am I right?
No,
Or wrong?
that's miles to kilometers.
Yeah. So okay, I don't know. I don't understand your freedom units. 1.6, is that right?
I don't know. Stones to giblets. I don't know what these are.
Feet tall, they weigh
Somebody in chat
300 to 600
screaming at us
pounds.
right now
But
'cause
they're
we're idiots.
very primitive as these creatures go. They're by far the most primitive, and their range is restricted to the Himalayas, which is as big as the United States. The third kind is called almas because they dominate in the mountains of southern Russia, the Pamirs and the Caucasus, and that's what they're called in that area, but they exist in other parts of the world as well. The almas and the giant kind both live in very heavy montane forests, the deepest, densest forests that we have on the planet. That's where they tend to live.
Do you consider there to be enough evidence of the existence of these creatures to be talking of them as you are, as though they are a proven fact?
Well, the evidence is really overwhelming, actually. If you
That is as sharp a question I think as I have ever heard, or as close as I've ever heard Art Bell get to an actual guest of being like, so explain why what you're saying isn't crazy. would you consider that there's actually enough evidence to be stating this as fact? Yeah.
dig down in.
What's on your T-shirt today, Dave?
This one? Let's see if Ed, can you?
Oh, Elsinore beer.
Yeah, Elsinore beer.
All right.
It's a little thing. Do you get the reference?
I do.
Are you
do
hip?
not.
Are you with it?
I'm not hip with the jive.
Someone in chat will.
When they were first being discovered in the early 50s through into the middle 60s, they were taken pretty seriously. The study was done by some anthropologists, zoologists, Ivan Sanderson being probably the most prominent of that group. But during that time, stories would be written that were in mainstream media of that time, books, magazines that would be equal to, say,
Alias
Playboy today.
Did they know it? Did they Google it? I'll just assume that they knew it. Good job, Alias fake name. It was, in fact, Strange. This is the brewery from the Bob and Doug McKenzie movie, Strange Brew.
Oh, I didn't. All right. Very good.
Yeah. Run by Max von Sydow. Later of Star Wars. Yeah.
Yes.
He did some other stuff too. I don't remember. Yeah.
He was in the least bad of the Disney Star Wars. Well.
No, that's true. Well,
no, I was recognized for Rogue One. I also liked Han Solo in its own way.
I liked Solo: A Star Wars Story. I did. I know a lot of people panned it, but I actually thought it was pretty good. I liked it better than Rogue One at the time. I've liked
at the time, yeah.
But now it's hard to divorce Rogue One from Andor.
Yes, so
Andor makes Rogue One amazing,
right?
Whereas before Rogue One was like, okay.
I agree.
Yeah.
And was it you shared with me, or did I? No, I think it was my son who shared with me the Andor cut of Rogue One.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen that?
Yes, and then you shared it with me.
Yeah, that was really good.
Yeah. I can never think of Rogue One though without the red letter media.
Yeah.
PTSD. Anyways.
They had stories in Time, Newsweek, Life. They were taken seriously. And then when science...
Take it serious, Dave.
Yeah,
take it serious.
Sorry, Lloyd. Mr. Pye
began to be put on the hot seat, more or less, and being required to explain what these things were and how they could be out there and how they fit into the scheme of things. They began to be shuffled more and more off into the tabloids where they have languished ever since. But yes, the evidence is really overwhelming to anyone that looks at it with an even remotely open mind. And I mean, we can go over some of it during the course of our talk, but there's really no doubt in my mind, and I think no doubt in the mind of anyone who reads, well, just part 3 of my book will do it, but if you do any serious research into the subject, there's absolutely no question that they're out there, that they are.
Yes.
So perhaps, Paul, my worldview has been tainted because I have been watching on and off and got your last Gary Habermas video.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Wow, because your videos are very boring. But I did plow through the entire thing.
That's very charitable of you. Appreciate.
And when I know my view, it really helps the channel out, and I want to support my friend. So yeah. And I have YouTube Premium, so that's
sure. That's right. Yeah, that's money in the bank. That's right. Yeah. Just let that play in the background on repeat. Perfect.
Anyways, when he says, studies by many reputable anthropologists who have obviously concluded, and the evidence is overwhelming. That it's like, what studies? Who are these people? It's like, big names. They definitely,
all the best.
All the big names definitely decided.
Definitely, it's consensus.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
How wonderful that all the reputable anthropologists agree with each other and with you. Yeah. Two incredibly unlikely things, but I guess I was wrong. They
Yep, despite coming to vastly different conclusions somehow.
My experience with academia has taught me that it's very hard to get a large group of academics to agree on anything.
This is true.
But very definitely, they all agree that there are 4 distinct hominid species, and they are Bigfoots, Yetis, whatever the other ones.
Whatever that Russian one was.
Yeah, whatever the Russian one was. Yeah. And the forest guy, you know the one, 10 foot tall he was, Paul. 1,000 pounds. Eyes red as coal.
And the last one, was inexplicably shot for some reason. We don't know.
Yeah.
What was that guy's name? What was that?
Bugsy, wasn't it? Or
Bugsy. Bugsy.
Bugs. Just Bugs.
Bugs who shot he either shot someone wearing a fur coat or a Bigfoot.
Or just a guy or woman, people down by the
just a hairy homeless person. We don't know, but
by the creek. Yeah.
What you want to do is when you're hunting. If you see something, man-shaped coming towards you, you shoot first.
You shoot first when you're illegally night hunting with lights.
That's right. Yeah.
And you see something running at you on 2 legs with arms.
Look, officer.
You open fire. Yeah. Yeah.
In fairness to me, I thought it was a forest ranger.
Yeah, I thought it was the conservation.
I didn't know it was a precious Bigfoot. I just thought it was a,
Yeah, I thought it was the conservation officer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I didn't have my permits
here to shut down my still. Yeah.
Indigenous, upright walking primate on planet Earth.
Let us go back now to the beginning. And when I say that, I mean quite literally in our discussion. It serves me up a little list of questions that I should ask you here, and one is very, very good. What is wrong with creationism, Darwinism? In other words, you apparently...
I actually just need to use that clip in the future. So let me just try to ask you here, what is wrong with creationism?
There you go. It's timestamp this one. It's good.
Yeah. What is wrong? But then he added in evolution. So then,
Darwinism. No, not
Darwinism. Darwinism, which is synonymous with that. It's synonymous with the evolutionists.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. What's wrong with those people?
Against both of these. Well, I'm almost afraid to use theories. What would you call them?
Well, they're theories, of course, and I don't just...
Now you're in trouble.
Arguments against them, they have arguments against each other. As you know, they go and have been going nose to nose and toe to toe for a very long time now. And I think that the fact that they're both able to shoot such...
The sexual tension between the creationists and the evolutionists, it's just do it already.
I feel, but... Okay, whatever. That's not... He still probably falls into one of those 2 camps. It's just...
No, apparently he thinks he doesn't.
Yeah, so that's why I'm curious. So this wasn't designed by some, intelligent being. It also just didn't happen.
No, it's some third thing.
What's some third thing?
I can't wait to hear what the
I'm now genuinely curious. What is I was not aware of an option C. So Paul, he might be getting my vote. I'm
also I just love how he said, yeah, those are theories, and Art was like, ooh, now you're in trouble. So, no, scientists actually, they love...
Not really.
No. You think my hypothesis has graduated to theory? That's amazing. Thank you.
I mean, it would certainly be in trouble with one of those camps. Well, even some people in one of those camps, but yeah.
But yeah, no one's feelings are gonna be hurt.
Yeah.
Gaping holes in each other is a strong indication that they're both fundamentally flawed. I think if either one of them was absolutely correct.
That's right. You know what? If anything's correct, no one has a complaint.
Yeah.
No truth has ever been.
Also, you won't. Some small number of creationists and many, we'll call them Darwinists for lack
Yep.
of a, will say it's like, oh yeah, this probably isn't 100% correct, right? Like you would be like, oh yeah, there's definitely things we don't understand yet, or we're open to. It's like, well, what about this? Oh, that is new data. I didn't get that, right? That's the old. If you're really into science or true science, being proven wrong isn't oftentimes even better than being right, because then you're
for
like,
sure,
something we don't understand. So what is this new data? Why can't we figure it out? And then you have new theories, and then you figure it out, and you incorporate it. And I have it's unlikely, rare. It's a small, very small minority, but I've certainly known creationists who are like, I don't know all the answers or what, but I do believe that that's a more agnostic than, sort of like, whatever. I'm getting off track. The point is, you will find many, many people who will say, oh yeah, no, that do not think that this is gospel. The science is gospel.
Well, sure. And
yeah.
I mean, Darwin famously predates genetics, right? So
yes.
So that's why generally, if someone's like, you're criticizing origin of the species, it's kind of like, yeah, because you know what, he didn't know what genes were. So
yeah, and you're going to find very reputable scientists even now who have disagreements with how evolution has worked or what's happened, or things about how DNA and things, like because we don't understand everything, and they will all admit, yeah, no, we got to work in theory. We're pretty sure this fits as much of the boxes as we can and go, but yeah, we're learning new things all the time, and the more we learn, you go.
I've been reading a book this week called Battle of the Big Bangs.
Right. Yep.
And it is just basically a survey of 18 different cosmologies that are competing right now.
And that's
all
even
reputable, like 18 reputable cosmologies.
Yes, and that's even much more so than like evolution, where it's like this is a very much a real thing. Where you're talking about, well, we all agree we're talking about something that happened billions of years ago, when we're just like, we kind of think it could have happened like this, but
yeah,
there's absolutely no way to test any of these hypotheses, right? All you do is you come up with a model. Does the model fit all the data that we have? If it does,
well,
could be right.
Some of them, interestingly, I do make like predictions. Some of them do make predictions for future data. Of course, that doesn't help me, but it does help the people listening to this show in 3099. They probably know. They probably know what how that all worked out. But yeah.
Yeah,
one of them would be more or less like Einstein's theory of relativity, where there's just absolutely no question, no challenge, no one argues the point. The fact that, if you've ever read creationist literature, you'd be surprised at how good some of it is. Now, not all of it, of course.
No, that is not what you find when you read creationist literature.
I'm willing to concede the point that there's probably at least some.
I read
creationist literature.
I read what I was told was the best creationist literature out there. And reading that sent me on this whole spiral.
This is what kicked off your whole.
That is literally, I remember reading the chapter about the kangaroos, how they got to Australia, and I dropped the book on the floor, and I'm like, well, I don't know what's right, but it can't be this.
No, it's not this.
This was the best. Everyone told me this is the best book you can get.
I guess. You're probably right. Yeah. I'm being too charitable.
And I believed it. It wasn't like I was like some skeptic coming in. It's like, I bought this, but it's like, wait. I don't know. It's when your own side is embarrassing, it's never good.
Yeah.
Hey, what did you what happened with did you celebrate the Grey Cup over there?
Yeah. I mean, it was a big deal. Big deal in where I work. Oh my goodness. It's Like people live and die by the riders. So it was huge. The Huskies are in the Vanier Cup.
Oh, amazing.
This weekend. So,
Very cool.
be,
I hope that's not also in Winnipeg.
Yeah. I don't actually know where it is. Huh.
Fair enough.
Might be.
Yeah. Anyway, in my head, those were connected. It's like when your own team does bad things, then it made me think of the Riders.
Mm-hmm.
So,
I'm speaking of teams doing bad things. I'm hopeful that the Flames might actually get a good draft pick this year.
Oh, okay.
Because here's the tragedy of the Calgary Flames, Paul. You wouldn't know this being an Oilers fan. That we consistently do well enough. Like we will get to just barely miss.
That is correct.
We will be immediately eliminated in the first round of the playoffs. When it's just look up. All you got to do is look 2 hours north. They figured it out. Just absolutely suck 5 years in a row.
Yep.
And you get Connor McDavid. Like that's what you do that. Okay. Because you're never going to be able to pay these people to come to your small Canadian market city. That's just not going to happen. You're only going to get them as rookies. And then maybe one more contract after if you get them married and they have a kid while they're here. There's a chance. There's a chance you can maybe get them for like 10 years if you're lucky. After that, no, they're going to New York or LA. So get your hooks in, but they keep coming right middle of the pack. So they don't win anything, but don't get any good draft picks. And we just keep struggling. And while part of me, the part that is trying to teach my, nephews, nieces, people, it's very important that you try your best all of the time. It doesn't matter if you don't win. What is important is putting if you can look in a mirror and say you put your best effort forward, then you should be proud, because that is what is truly important in this world. But actually, what's important is meeting sales quotas. And you know what? We're not going to anyway. We're going to lose. So if we lose badly enough, we will get subsidized and we will get first round draft picks and everything will be great and we'll be in that lottery.
And honestly, that is on the GM, because the GM should be taking away tools from the coach.
Yeah.
So that the coach can't be in that position. That was the Oilers.
And the GM, there was smart GM apparently watched too much, Captain Kangaroo or something as a kid and still doing their best.
Yeah.
I was also born in
David. Well, we've lost the audience now.
Flames fans were born. Who did I say to one of my coworkers? The only Flames fans were either, he's like, were you born in Calgary? I'm like, the only people who are Flames fans were either born in Calgary or are masochists. That's the only reason. If you get some kind of sexual satisfaction from suffering, well, let me introduce you to the Calgary Flames. You will have a wonderful, titillating time. Yeah.
All right. We've lost most of our audience with our Canadian sports talk.
That's it. I'm good. I'm good for now. Let's go back to talking about
some of it, particularly attacking the Darwinian paradigm, is very good, and it makes a lot of sense, and I believe a lot of what they have to say, especially as it deals with macroevolution versus microevolution, which we can discuss in more detail. Now, as far as what
don't like
I've never heard those terms.
Don't like it. Don't. You are you're giving validity to that stuff. Nope, no good.
Yep.
Those are creationist words, Dave.
Microeconomics. I took both those things in university, but
you do. You're not. I assume you're just being silly. You have heard those phrases from creationists,
no,
right?
I've never heard of macroevolution or microevolution. Yeah.
Okay.
You got to understand, Paul. I do not work in the same circle.
Fair enough. All right. Yeah. So here's the deal. So microevolution. Okay. So it came to pass that basically even the most staunch of a 7-day creationist couldn't deny, for example, that dogs are all from wolves.
Right. Or that there's a new species of lobster or crayfish that clones it.
Or that or that it sure seems like all the cats, all the big cats and the domestic cats.
Chat envies me and my ignorance of all of this. This is why I see people give me shit for not watching Paul's video or it's just like, but I don't see what happiness or satisfaction I would gain from like.
No, there
I
is
get
no
my toe in
utility.
these waters, and that's fine. And I'm like, this
Yeah,
doesn't seem
no.
like it would bring me any joy. I'm just gonna go over here and watch Mystery Science Theater 3000. Thanks, I'm good. Anyways, yes, that there. So people, so even the most staunch creationists, the 5,000-year-old worlders are.
Yeah. They have to come to acknowledge that okay, well there can be changes because
species are currently changing.
we've seen like domestic bananas didn't used to be a thing, right? So it's kind of okay. Well,
there are within recorded human like scientific the last 100 years you can afford changes
so what they'll acknowledge is some level of natural selection. They will not acknowledge common descent.
Got it. Okay.
But they'll be like, okay, well, when God designed the first dog kind, and they use the word kind to be
kind, right?
Kind is the dog kind. God made the first. It also helps them solve the ark problem, right? How'd you fit all the animals on the ark? Oh, well, we didn't need to have 2 beagles and 2 Dalmatians and 2 wolves. We had God just put the first 2 dog kind on the ark, and then
I mean, that's a bad example because all those things did just show up.
Actually, it's true, but no, but they'll say like all the equine kind, right? So zebras and horses and llamas and everything, like those are all
many bovines that are out there.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Or all the frogs.
Right. I assume they could have lived in water. They were probably fine.
Yeah. So they it solved their arc problem to say that okay, well then we had this microevolution that has happened in the last 4,000 years.
Sorry, Quasimodo just made me laugh. What about the unkind animals? Fuck those guys.
They were all kind on the ark, Dave. They're all vegetarians. They were all vegetarians.
Yes.
Anyway, we believe in microevolution. Sure, that microevolution, of course. But not macroevolution. You've never seen a banana give birth to a butterfly.
No, I never have.
Right. So
I gotta tell you, Paul, you're making a lot of sense to me.
Right. so macroevolution, that's just nonsense.
That's nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of
my grandfather wasn't a chimpanzee, like that's
right. So I believe in, micro walking. I can walk from here to the store.
Right.
But no one's ever macro walked.
I can't walk from here to Melbourne, Australia. That's insane.
That's macro walking. No one's seen that. No one does that.
But that's the only way to get to Melbourne. Yes, by your Okay.
Yeah. So that's where we are with micro and macro. And of course, these are not words used in the scientific literature. If you go to scholar.google.com and search microevolution, you will not find it.
I will not find it. But if I go into the forum,
if you do that, if you search it in Google, you'll find plenty of answers in Genesis articles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So anyway, got you caught up now on some of the creationist lingo.
Got it. Okay. Well, now I know. Now
maybe you should read some of
smarter than I was this morning.
That's right.
Yeah.
The creationists, in terms of the timeline of Earth, they just more or less flatten them because the creationists, so many of them are stuck on that 6 days creation 6,000 years ago, and really all you have to do is look at the Grand Canyon or know that the peak of Mount Everest is marine limestone to know that the Earth is vastly older than 6,000 years ago. So the fact that they're able to shoot such holes in each other leaves, I think, an opening for a third alternative, and that's what I've tried to provide, and I believe that I am.
Well, let's say it. What are the major problems? You've mentioned a couple with creationism.
Well, with creationism, it's just the fact that the hard science answers that they have to the idea of
completely antithetical to the evidence that is available, to anybody who looks.
Also, Kip, Dr. Kip Davis. He's in Boston.
Oh, okay. Well,
And
that's fine. Chat here.
and he seems time zones don't work the same. We like
Oh yeah. Oh, poor Kip. Well, I mean, so Kip's like he's a lot of hours different.
yeah,
than
he's 3 hours. That's only 3 hours.
only 3. 1, 2. No, at
He's-
least 4.
No, 4 is Vancouver
Isn't
to
he
where
West
I am
Coast?
is 4. Vancouver to Boston is just 3.
Vancouver.
You don't even change time with daylight savings.
No, but I deal coast to coast. So there's Vancouver. So there's West Coast, Mountain Time, Central Time,
Yeah.
Eastern Time. That's 4 hours. He's 4
No.
time zones different.
Because I'm only.
Do you want me to go through the provinces and the
Yes.
different time zones? So there's BC, right? Alberta. Currently, Saskatchewan, Manitoba are on the same time. So that's 3. Ontario and Quebec are on.
It's
4.
3 hours. Google told me.
No, I'm sorry. I disagree.
All right, fine. Here we go. You keep talking.
Current time in Vancouver and current time in Boston. Yeah, because Atlantic time too. Like there's 5 time zones in Canada and the States.
No, there's
Well, no, there's not 5 time zones in the States, but there's 5 time zones in Canada because we have an extra one on the end for those crazy people on their weird islands on the edge. I'm clicking on the thing is if I can make your Google window bigger, which I obviously cannot. But anyway, yeah, you can just tell me. You can just tell me the answers. Like, what is the current time?
Oh, how many hours? It told me how long a flight would take.
Current time in Vancouver is 7:58 p.m.
3 hours. Boston is 3 hours ahead of Vancouver. So what you're not realizing is that what the Vancouver has to be times 0, and then you add. So
I
Mountain
guess
is 1, Central is 2, Eastern is 3,
and Atlantic's 4.
and Atlantic's 4.
Okay.
And
I concede. You're correct.
And then there's Newfoundland, which is another half hour for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm. But not all of Newfoundland. Or is it all?
Not all Newfoundland. Just that. Not all. Don't be ridiculous, Dave. It's not all. Not the
This
whole
tiny
province.
province can't all be one time zone. Don't be.
All right. We are. We did a thing on Canadian sports, and now we're arguing about time
you're
zones.
wrong and I'm right. I've just realized.
Kip's a baby.
Yeah.
For
me agreeing with you is terrible talk radio. I need to.
It's true.
Yeah.
6, that the whole entire universe would be formed whole and intact within 6
Anyways,
days.
I was reading
no
Kip's book
changes,
this week, and I'm enjoying it very much. I've had it for
Very
a while,
good.
but I haven't actually had a chance to read it because I had quite a backlog. And I've been reading God's Propaganda, and I have Kip is a very good writer, actually.
Indeed.
Yeah. So highly recommend everybody go pick up a copy of God's Propaganda. It's really good. I'm just gonna say it. Fuck it. Whatever. So long, Art Bell. Here's what I really like about Kip, especially as somebody who, like me, is not a scholar. He's really good at here's and just when I'm sort of, to be blunt, getting okay, this is getting a little bored and heavy, and then he's like, here's some Simpsons references or something, or a culture thing, and you're like, oh, okay, I get what you're talking about. Cool. I'm all on the same page, and I'm back on with you, and then off we go. He's very good at that. You can tell he has done actual, I assume, teaching in a classroom, because that's how do I get these 20-year-olds to
But what
everything I'm trying to say. Yeah.
The other fun thing that I found was that I found exactly like you did. Every time somehow he paced it, he knew. Yeah, I'm starting to get a little bit bored with the dry details.
Yeah,
and then
the dry details are important. Got to have the dry details,
of course. But I was my mind was starting to go, and then boom, we're talking about Walking Dead. It's like, oh, cool, all right,
cool.
Game of Thrones or something.
All on board. Yep. We're all caught up.
Those are perfectly paced. Yeah.
So hats off, Kip. He's probably gone to sleep now. He's,
It's obvious.
Oh wait, we have a super chat.
We got a super chat and a member chat. I think we've been missing. We missed Brain Cramp super chat.
Oh no. Well, first we'll start with
you
this
and me,
one.
Paul, we're just too.
We're out of practice. All
Yeah,
right.
we're busy.
So
We're too
Olivia
involved.
Williams, we're solving world problems here.
Yeah. Can you find Brain Cramps? Can you go back? I could just read it out if you.
No, yeah, but first we're reading Olivia Williams.
Okay.
Kip has not written a book.
That's true.
He's
But
written
way
no books.
before that was one from Brain Cramp.
No, it's past my scrollability.
Brain Cramp way back in the day when we were talking about Noah. Super chatted $2 and said, "What day did God create the giant kind?"
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah. And I laughed at the time, even when, because I made me think of Nephilim and all the crazy ass yes. And then we got off onto a tangent. And yes, Olivia Williams, member chat, so generous. Everybody's been so good to us tonight. Yeah.
We the giant kind. Noah wouldn't let them on.
No,
big jerk.
Because they're unkind.
Mm.
Everybody knows the Giants were unkind.
He probably didn't think the water was going to get as high. He probably thought they were going to be fine.
Did you ever read the Madeleine L'Engle something sand? I can't remember, the one about Noah and the Nephilim and all that stuff.
I did not.
Wind in the Door. So the last one of the series is in the time of Noah.
Oh, okay.
And it's weird. I remember sort of liking it, but even at the time, like I was a kid, I'm like, this is weird. Yeah. But yes, the Nephilim do not get on the ark. No. Because basically the Nephilim were assholes. In the short of it, yeah.
Except that we know that Nephilim also survived the flood, so apparently they can just hold their breath underwater.
Well, they're half demon or angel or whatever.
Yeah.
And they become every major historical figure of the 0th to 20th centuries.
Did you see that Amazon announced that they're doing a new Stargate TV series?
I did see that announcement. I haven't really seen any of the details, and I think it's going to be terrible.
Yep.
But yeah.
There are no details thus far as I understand it, but it's basically just or maybe it's Netflix. I forget, one of the streamers.
That's not exactly what happened. And as far as 6,000 years ago, that is not what it says in the Bible, but Bishop James Ussher in the 17th century calculated the who begat who
Many
in
Waters.
the Bible.
Yes, David Schaum. Thank you. That's what it was. Many Waters was the Madeleine L'Engle Noah book. Yeah.
And came up with a date. So and so begat so and so who lived for so many years.
So if you add up all the begottens, you get to a certain number.
And ironically, the 6,000 year anniversary was this past October. So that has come to be taken almost literally as gospel, even though it was written by one guy in the 17th century. So that, again, for the reasons that I just quoted, is pretty easy, I think, to knock a hole in or knock down even.
Well, you'd get lots of argument about it, but for the sake of this one, let's say, okay, fine, let's move to Darwinism. Now, Darwinism is pretty much supported by hard science, the process of evolution.
Well, they tell us that, and it's very easy to just listen to the din and the drum of it and just come to throw your...
It is very easy. It is very easy just to listen to the dim.
I wonder if the they that are telling us this are the same them that have published, very serious studies on the hominids. They did it, Paul. They put all this research out, and you can trust them. Them in this case being a bloke down at the pub, I assume. I was talking to the guy at the pub. He told me.
Shoulders and say, oh, yeah, well, I guess they're right because there's so many of them saying it. The problem with it is this. There are two words you need to understand, microevolution and macroevolution.
Okay, define them.
All right. Microevolution.
See, I wasted all that time.
Yep. Now
is what Darwin actually found in the Galapagos. Now it's this. He noticed that on the different islands that he visited.
Wait. Paul, Mark Fernkoff. There was a recent Quantum Leap series that this happened. Is that a thing? Did you know about this?
No.
The showrunner of The Blind Side and the recent Quantum Leap series, the showrunner for the new Amazon Prime Stargate series, there was a remake or a continuation or something of Quantum Leap. I'm just gonna go ahead and assume with a female lead because that's something Amazon loves doing.
Quantum Leap 2022.
I had no idea this existed, and I like Quantum. Oh my god! So the love I have for Quantum Leap is deep and unbounded. But I did not know this existed, and I fucking have Amazon Prime Video, and I still didn't know that this existed. Actually, I don't know if it was
Starring Raymond Lee
huh.
and Caitlin Bassett.
Okay.
All right.
I mean, I hate to be judgmental, but I feel like the fact that I have never heard of this kind of tells me everything I need to know.
Right.
Well, but the 2000 to 2024, like, is it still going? Or
2022. No, it got canceled.
It's on Peacock.
Because here's a 2024 Quantum Leap canceled by NBC.
Made it too dramatic and then just stopped it. It did a reboot. It wasn't all that great. Well, Well, all right.
All right.
I might have to. I might.
Well, now you got something to do this weekend.
Yeah.
You can binge watch a new Quantum Leap.
New Quantum Leap. Did you watch old Quantum Leap, Paul? Have we talked about Quantum Leap at all?
Only sporadically, like not, like I never. It was not appointment TV for me.
I don't know why or how, but it just became in my household, in my family growing up, like it became must-watch TV. Like we were all in. It was one of the few shows, like my whole family, siblings, parents, everybody, we would be at the TV, whatever it was, Thursday night, 7:00. Like I can't remember when Quantum Leap was on, but like to see how we resolved the cliffhanger of the last, where Sam all of a sudden he's playing, sitting at a piano in front of a full concert hall, and there's 10,000 people looking at him, and he says, "Oh boy, what's he gonna do?" And we every week we were there. We were watching Quantum Leap. I don't know why, it just somehow appealed to everybody in my household, and we for years loved that show. That was the thing. Anyways, moving on.
I did see a recent meme. I wish I could remember the exact phrasing. It just made me laugh. It's like, if it was something along the lines of inferring that you should be kind to dementia patients because you never know how many of them are actually Scott Bakula. Just
I feel like that's not the only reason you should be kind to dementia patients. But
no, because you never know how many of them might be Scott Bakula just acclimatizing to his new life.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
It's Mark. You go. Look at it. But it wasn't reruns for me. It was the original run. We were. Oh boy.
And like Sliders, I also like. Those are shows that I like. I they should have been exactly for me, but I was like, just kind of
I was aware of Sliders and watched Sliders on off. It never really grabbed me the same way. I don't know if it was because Quantum Leap was a little earlier and it was actual network TV. It wasn't like some weird sci-fi
some cable channel,
right?
yeah.
But yeah, for whatever reason, it just ticked. I mean, X-Files was the same way for a while. Not for my whole family though, just for me personally. Like every week, you'd be there watching X-Files, hoping the Smoking Man's in this one, because if the Smoking Man's in, that means it's a good episode, right?
So speaking of X-Files, we got the Vince Gilligan.
Yes,
cut his teeth on the X-Files.
Yeah.
That's how it connected in my head. Who went on to do Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul.
Have you been watching Pluribus?
We've been watching Pluribus. I'm not caught up to yesterday's, so don't spoil yesterday's.
I haven't watched yesterday's yet either. So I am also like you. I don't want to ruin it for anybody in the show, in the thing though. Just everybody, if you haven't, just
other than that, just that was exactly my endorsement. It's like, well, when this is done, at some point, just before you settle for binge watching Quantum Leap 2022.
So here's
first watch the Pluribus.
You might have the answer to this, Paul.
This
says a lot more about me. I don't actually know where Pluribus is airing because
Apple TV.
Is Apple TV? There you go. Because I sail the high digital seas, and I'm a dirty, horrible person. Yeah.
No, it's Apple
Apple TV. There you go.
Apple TV. I will their percentage of winners
Yeah,
is
crazy.
is high.
Crazy. Yes.
Slow Horses, your favorite, is on there.
I fucking love Slow Horses.
Yeah.
The season just came out. Love Slow Horses. Bought an Apple
Foundation.
TV subscription for my dad specifically so he could watch Slow Horses. Yeah. Foundation. The first season was amazing. It's kind of, in my opinion,
I liked the end of season 3.
Okay, so I haven't watched all of season 3 yet, so maybe it'll.
I thought the start of season 3 was terrible, but it totally redeemed itself.
Okay, then I'll go back, because season 2 I was like, and the start of season 3, and I just never.
Yeah.
I never got back.
Lots of great shows on the Apple. Anyway, Pluribus, but I would say Pluribus is the best of all of them. So I would say so. I have high hopes. High hopes for the Pluribus.
They haven't arrived yet, but I just ordered 2 Severance T-shirts that I'm quite excited to get.
Ooh.
You know how I like my fancy tees.
I do. So Scuzzbopper sent in a
Yes.
number chat.
I have not.
Dave, have you heard song Scott Bakula by Sunspot?
Do you know what? I'm gonna type that into a Google window right now so I don't forget.
Don't play it on the air, or we'll get shut down.
Scott Bakula. I assume it is referring to his amazing run on Enterprise.
Mm.
There you go. YouTube. I'm not going to play it, but there it is. It's queued up. Scuzzbopper
from there to here.
Season 5 of Slow Horses was great. Yeah. Oh, there's his Dark Materials show. I didn't know that. I know the movie and I know the books. I didn't know there's so many.
Oh yeah, there's his Dark Materials. Yeah, yeah.
The trouble is there's so many good shows these days that I've got shit I want to do. I don't have.
It is a golden age of TV.
It is. It really is. Yeah.
And today I started watching Bat Fam.
Oh yeah, any good?
No.
Okay.
It's supposed to be. It's in the spirit of Teen Titans Go.
But
so it's like Bruce and Damien and Alfred having. I don't know. Episode 1. It's like adventures in the house and stuff. Like I don't know.
And they're cooking waffles or whatever.
Yeah, and then and like Man Bat is in their pantry eating olives or whatever. Like it's just I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. Good turnaround. But Teen Titan Go is really good. That's a hard.
Yeah, that's still going.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
and it's so amazing. Yeah,
and also Creature Commandos is very good.
In several of the animals, but 2 in particular, in finches, which have come to be known as Darwin's finches, and in the giant tortoises.
So the girl played X-23 is the main actress in his Dark Materials. Well, that intrigues me, and I can't remember her name. But I mean, she was looking amazing in Logan. She did what she had in Logan.
She did what she had to do.
I mean,
In Logan, yes. I thought you were gonna say Deadpool.
Oh no.
And she was in Deadpool and Wolverine, but wasn't given.
That's not her. That's not
anything to do. Yeah,
she was great in Logan. Yeah.
He noticed that the finches that lived on the different islands had adapted themselves to eating different foods that were dominant on the islands. They would eat fruits. They would eat insects.
I feel bad.
So Darwin's finches on the Galapagos.
Oh, okay. Yes. They adapted to eating different foods. Okay, yes.
Yep. Good. Some ate the Burger King, some ate the Arby's. Depending on what was available on the island.
Yeah. They would eat seeds, and their beaks had been altered to accommodate that diet: longer, thinner, shorter, fatter, really heavy for the seeds. Now, they're still finches. They're still fundamentally the same finch that flew out from South America however many million years ago, 2 or 3 million years ago, founded the line of finches that became Darwin's finches. But the beak changes were so noticeable that it gave him the idea. And then he noticed with the tortoises that there were 2 fundamental kinds. Those that browsed on bushes that grew close to the ground had shells that came down the way normal turtles do. The tortoises that browsed on bushes that grew up, a couple feet 3 or 4 feet in the air, they had these big notches in the front of their shell so that their neck could rise up. And he looked at that and he said, now, wait a minute. We're looking at this much change in 2 to 3 million years, or however many million years these islands have been here. We know they're fairly recent. So in the grand span of cosmic time, which at that point they knew was moving into the hundreds of millions of years, it's established now at around 500 million years for complex life on Earth. In that span, then entire whole bodies should be able to change.
You got a super chat, Dave.
We do. And this has come up several times. People, so this is not new. This has always been here. So yes, I have there's a keyboard and mess on it because I haven't made a nice studio space. I'm going to be renovating this, by the way, Paul. Anyways. So yes, I have my office printer because this is my actual office where I do actual work because I have a real job. Not like Paul. And yes, this is
my office where I do actual work.
Sure, whatever. These are two different things. They're both white, but they are completely different. This has always been here. There is a fridge. There is a printer. They are not the same thing. I don't have like a full office, Xerox machine. Yes, but this is also a fridge where I keep the various boozes that I drink for this show, and there are many. Yeah.
I feel like this is an opportunity for some company to put out the printer fridge.
I mean, I'd buy one. Apparently, I'd buy one. Yep.
We all know that a fax machine is just a waffle maker with a phone attached to it.
So I need to get new bookshelves. Did I tell you what happened to my bookshelf?
Yeah, they just collapsed and fell on you, and you were trapped for days just bouncing a basketball.
Yeah, playing a game to myself.
Mm-hmm.
But legitimately, it did collapse. The sides bowed out. It was very old. This bookshelf's like 30 years old, and it finally like bowed out, so the shelves collapsed. So I don't have a bookshelf currently. It's over there. You can't see it. But trust me, there are hundreds of books in stacks on the floor. So I'm just going to get some like good old-fashioned IKEA Billy, and I'm thinking of rotating my desk and like putting a wall of black bookshelves behind. I want to fit the theme, I see. You got a look going. I don't want to.
No, I was actually. So you brought flashbacks to when I moved to Nova Scotia here and started to set up my thing. I also wanted to get the Billy.
Yeah,
but it was still COVID times.
Mm.
And IKEA was just out of everything. Everyone was like, "Well, we got nothing to do. We're stuck at home. Let's buy some IKEA furniture and put it together." And
for me, feel much easier. The nice thing with Billy's, they're different sizes. You can get like 90-degree ones, all kinds of stuff. So they're actually.
So I had to spend way more money on like what I got behind me, which is it served me well.
Yeah, I've seen them in person. Are those like actual real wood?
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I mean, that's.
Yeah, but you just gave me flashbacks to how I wanted to be. What I wanted to do was that, but I'm not sad. This has served me well. But
yeah, I would say so. Did we do? Was that? Yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
Mentally, what Darwinism is about. Now that is called macroevolution. So understand, microevolution is change in a body part, a visible or an external body part. Size, generally, some shape.
No, it's not.
What do you know? He's saying, Paul. He's speaking facts.
It doesn't have to be an external body part. You know what? Kidneys also evolved. And the heart.
Nope.
No, only ears and arms. Everything else was. Yeah.
Whatever, but just like the beaks are like the nodules.
Pre-shipped.
Something visible.
So, but in a small part, that the creature stays fundamentally the same, but some part of it adapts to the environment in some superior way.
Okay.
Now, macroevolution, on the other hand, is the change of an entire body into another form. It's like sea worms turning into fishes, fishes turning into amphibians.
Yeah, this is where they're always like, "Yeah, have you ever seen a fish give birth to a hamster? No, you haven't." It's like, okay.
Yeah. Turning into reptiles turning into mammals turning into us. So you see that sequence. So there you have to have wholesale changes internally. You have to have the digestive systems changed. You have to have breathing systems changed. You have to have...
Those are the parts that are most consistent.
reproductive systems change. You have to have some major structural realignment. Now, that is what is missing from the fossil record, and that is what is missing from the world around us. Now, if you understand that in the span of
Yes.
Because Forrest and Eric have small minds. They don't understand
Yeah.
the deeper truths. So what is funny to me, I'm laughing. So this is completely unrelated to anything. Lately, I've been on a real kick of kind of like really, really old paleontology, like going back to like before the Great like really early Earth. What was the Earth like? What were life forms like?
Oh,
Sort of
okay. This is a better answer than what I thought you were going to say. Carry on.
But when he's just talking about like this is like just how crazy ass life on Earth was,
Sure.
you know,
Like
a billion years ago,
Precambrian,
right? Wait, when it was like, oh yeah, it was like there's bacterial mats over like most of the Earth, and like just insane by our standards life form, like just weird, really weird stuff everywhere. You know, like going back 7 mass extinction events ago, kind of like the things that were right, and how completely alien everything was. Kind of right, like you sort of see like bacteria, great, good. We got that covered. That they haven't really changed. But even like what you would call, I guess, plants, even though there was like it's not in any way anything that you would identify currently as a plant, and some of these crazy, like just the weirdest forms, and some of the fossil and the weird because of the bacterial mats, the soft body imprints that exist in the fossil record of some of these things. I don't know if you even know sort of what I'm talking about.
I do.
Yeah, that's like because of the unique circumstances that existed in a very specific part of Earth's history, you have like incredibly accurate fossil records of just the most like MC, not the what's his name? The guy did all the alien.
Geiger.
The most like Geigerish, like just crazy weird life form things. And giant bacteria structures and stuff, because there were yet no animals and no plants, so there was nothing that was like eating these things or walking around and fucking up, you know, big bacterial mats and all this stuff, things that you can never get now because stuff. Yeah, it's wild times. There's wild times when you get back.
You've seen that exhibit in the Royal Tyrrell, right? They have the
the Royal.
Precambrian.
I mean, it's yeah.
No, but
Yeah,
they have that. They have a specific like exhibit on that, like the Precambrian stuff you're talking about.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Yeah,
it's very, very cool. Anybody who ever gets a chance, Royal Tyrrell is in Canada, Drumheller, Canada, is one of the. I have seen many museums in many cities across this planet, and that is one of
world class. It's world class.
It's absolutely fascinating. It's absolutely incredible, and they're constantly at it. I haven't been there for 10 or 15 years. I should probably go because they keep always adding new stuff, and it's very cool and neat ways.
Anywho,
500 million years that we're talking about, there have been upwards of 1 billion species that have existed, and as you know, probably there have been 5 major extinction events. So there's been a lot of wipeouts. There's between 5 and 10 million species alive now. So you would assume that at some point, and certainly in our own existence,
that seems low. Or maybe I'm wrong. 5 to 10 million species.
So
now?
Species is a rough one because like there's a lot of debate about what's a species and what's a subspecies.
That's fair. Yeah. Okay. Anyways, I'm not going to get lost in the woods.
I also think that's low, but I'm like, I don't know if it's an order of magnitude low. So
is whatever. I'm on. Okay. Yeah. There's whatever number of species.
When he said there was 1 billion species, though, at the other time, like I don't know if there ever was 1 billion. Species.
I think what he meant was there's 1 billion that have ever existed.
So that's the grace I would give him is if you added them all up, might it be 1 billion, maybe.
Maybe.
I don't think.
Right.
Yeah, don't think there was ever that.
And I'm also I clearly take it. He's not quoting hard numbers. He's kind of like there's been a billion species, and now nowadays there's 10 million currently living on Earth. Whatever. He's kind of giving just rough. I'm willing to okay, yeah, you're just talking. You're throwing numbers out. The point is, there's been a whole bunch. There aren't most of those whole bunch around anymore, but there's still a lot. But even with all the biodiversity on Earth currently, it's a drop in the bucket compared to the biodiversity of Earth as a whole, right? Which I think any reputable scientist would.
I just realized I'm using the wrong tumbler. I'm using my For the Bible Tells Me So tumbler.
Oh, Paul, you fool!
And not
Luckily,
my Toast to Toast tumbler.
But which is available? Does anybody wants one on the
Paulogia store?
Yes, which you should probably post a link to, just in case.
It's in the description. It's always in the description.
You have so many amazing products. When's the last time you put something new in your store? Oh, you son of a bitch!
When's the last time I put something new in the store? It's been a minute. It might even be the Toast to Toast tumbler.
I feel like that's an opportunity lost.
It's a rainy day when you put your thumbs down.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny because my thumbs are down, but it's not fucking raining here, is it?
I don't know what to tell you.
Is it?
Be visible for us to see a gill turning into a lung, or a forelimb turning into a wing, or a skin.
That is the gesture that actually needs to be built in with the thing.
Yeah, something cool for your little video over there. You'd have fun.
Gill turning into something in the process of change that we could identify and say, gradualism is in fact a real workable thesis.
And there is no evidence?
None that anybody can point to and say this is unequivocal.
Is there anywhere, Paul? Is there anywhere on Earth people could still buy comic books that you wrote?
That I wrote? Well,
like
I mean, so certainly Comixology / Amazon Comics.
Like if I want a paper copy of Neozoic, can I get one somewhere?
Yeah, you can go to red5comics.com.
Okay. Yeah.
And then they actually reprinted Neozoic at some point in the last, like a couple years back. I still get royalty checks a couple times a year, so
this has nothing to do with you, but there was an unfortunate incident, and my collection of Atomic Robo comics got water damaged.
Oh no!
And it wasn't my fault, but I'm not going to get mad. Things happen, but I'm quite upset about it, and I kind of want to at least get the trades.
Well, yeah.
Anyways,
I might be able to help you out on that.
You still have some of the original?
I have quite a few boxes that Shannon's like, what are you doing with those boxes? Yeah,
well then yes, we will absolutely talk. Yeah. Leg turning into a wing. Anyways, let's let this guy talk.
Darwinism, gradualism in action. There's nothing out there that I'm aware of, or I think anyone else is aware of. Now, what you will hear.
Quasi-Mayo made me laugh. I'm a product of macho evolution. Yeah. I'm stealing that line.
Ooh, brain cramp. I recently bought Paul's comic books from Red 5 Comics. They gave me a few free comics. Found that classy.
Classy dudes.
Classy dudes. And or inept at inventory management.
Well, I mean, we were certainly guilty of that when we were still involved with Red 5
Yes, we were. Indeed. Also, they still participate in Free Comic Book Day.
Yes.
Generally, so we would often order extra copies for that express purpose.
I will say the single, I think, greatest sales tool, one of them, when you and I used to work conventions.
Yep.
And somehow, I like to think it was my idea, but I honestly don't remember. To take the boxes of singles that existed, just unsold, unpublished singles, and find wherever people were lining up for whatever panel.
Yep.
Right. Whoever is coming and speaking, doing a thing, there's hundreds of people waiting in line to get in. And just walk down the line being like, oh, here's issue 3 of Neozoic. Like, just handing out free comics. Because people will always be like, oh, free comic book. It's like, yeah. And then
at a comic book convention, keep in mind, these are
something
they're going to be receptive to that.
And they're excited. And especially if you phrase it
Sure.
that way. Hey, here's something free you can read while you're waiting in line. Great. But what they have gotten is the middle of a story. And so the number of people who would then come back and like, I need to know like the rest of this. Who are these people? Why are they fighting these dinosaurs?
Yeah.
Oh, well, we have the trades on sale for $20. And then, you know, because I'm a dirty capitalist. And
Right.
and then we would sell a bunch of comic books.
Though,
yeah.
I will say that particular sales method only works if you actually have something that people enjoy.
Yeah, well, that's a truism for any sales.
Yeah,
you got to actually have something people want. Yes.
Well, no, because I mean, so we had series. I'm not going to name names. We had series that we were less enthusiastic about than others.
Yeah.
And I would say that the rate of return on that giving away free comics was roughly to the level to which we were confident that they were good series.
Yes. Yeah.
Because when you give someone something for free,
yes,
they're like, well, oh, now I see that this series is garbage.
Yeah. So if we gave away, like, I won't say the bad, but if we gave away like an Atomic Robo or a Neozoic or an Afterburn, we're much more likely to sell a trade than some of the other series that were out there. Yes. Yeah. Anyways.
Yes, that is the one. Neozoic was the one that led to this whole problematic endeavor.
Did Neozoic lead to this, or was Neozoic kind of an offshoot of other?
Neozoic was so as you know, I was still young Earth creation. Dinosaurs were on the ark when I wrote Neozoic, but also as a filthy capitalist, much like you, in my head, I was like, well, I'm going to put a couple of details in here that are like evolution.
Right. Because I'm trying to hornswoggle those dumbass.
Because I'm trying to So I'm going to put in a couple of details. So I had to go look up, well, what are these how long do they think these crazy evolutionists think that it is?
I'm trying to remember. I can't. It was so long ago because I do remember you like talking to me when you first had the idea for Neozoic, and you were like this and this, and I can't remember if you were ever like people, hey, there's some people who believe that like the Earth isn't 6,000 years old or whatever, because that has never been. I was never a young Earth creature.
You were, although. Like it was just something that it never really came up with you and I. We were both New Testament enthusiasts and whatever else, so that was fine.
Yeah. I grew up believing the Bible, but it was just never that was never a thing for me. There was never a consideration that like, oh no, I was more in the camp of, and even my family growing up, like I can't off the top of my head, I should know, like the people who were like reconciling, you would know better than I, like genuine believers who are reconciling evolution and believe with
so theistic evolution or old Earth creation, or there's different camps.
Like, the day is like this is a metaphorical thing.
Actually, when you were coming up, day age creationism was a big thing, where it was kind of like, well, sure, it was 6 days, but each day was meant to be like a million years or something, right?
Yeah, growing up, that was always my understanding. It was like this is an abstract.
Yeah,
like we're not literally talking about 6 days. We're talking about like God had a guiding hand in all of this, but we're going from Protozoa to Brontosaurus. And
I would have called that heresy, but that existed. Yep.
Yeah. But anyways. Moving on. My Neozoic doesn't exist. I had a comic I wrote that I believe only 2 issues or maybe only 1 was ever published that I still
Foster Burchard.
With art, yeah, written by Trevor Price, former lineman for the
Right.
Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah.
I had a series that I still have the scripts for, and it's still a story that I believe in called Jonathan Vale. I'm not going to get too in the details because I actually still half-assed might do something with that story at some
Oh,
point.
you should.
That Paul knows, and I still think it's a good urban fantasy story that could go somewhere. If I ever get off my ass and actually write a book, that would be the book that I write.
I still think about it every once in a while.
Yeah.
Yep.
Paul and I tried to kickstart a comic once called Versus that I actually still think is.
I still think that would have worked.
I still think it would have worked, and I still think that's a funny idea.
Yeah.
We could have gone. Should we talk? I mean, it's
sure.
Yeah,
If you want.
so the idea is it's a world. It's first so like it's a world. I can't remember where it's like you have like, okay, here's the pirates versus ninjas. Here's
So there was regions in this.
Yeah.
Those regions of this world, and
continents.
every region was inhabited by some trope of character.
Mhm.
So there was a region that was just pirates,
Yeah,
and there was a region that was cheerleaders.
Yeah.
And there was a region that was talking apes, and there
Yes.
was a region that was ninjas, and
Yeah.
like you name the fun trope.
I'm sorry, Michael. Yeah, and our main characters were pirate and ninja,
That's right.
who ended up getting kicked out of the pirate versus ninja world, and then get into this wilder thing. And there's a whole story and overarching thing and why this is happening. And and so they travel from world to world, and everywhere they go, they completely fuck up the conflict. They screw with the power balances. Was it cheerleaders versus gorillas? I don't remember.
Gorillas versus cheerleaders, I think, was the first episode or maybe the second issue.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And the artist was amazing. We had a great artist.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll you play the. I gotta show Olivia Williams something. I gotta find a poster that I have.
So yeah, Brain Cramp. Atomic Robo was 100% Red 5, at least to start with. We discovered Brian and
Who's we?
and Scott. You discovered Brian and Scott.
Yeah, you bet your ass I did.
And then I bankrolled them.
Yes. That part's true. I certainly did.
Yeah. So Atomic
There you
Robo.
go, Olivia Williams. Here's my I'm
Uh-oh,
valuable.
hold on.
It's backwards. You can see. It's my Bob the Skull poster from Dresden Files. Anyways, moving on.
All right.
Darwinists who come to hear me speak, and they'll say, well, you can see the change in bacteria and microbes.
I was about to point that out.
Yeah. Well, you can, but a lot of that is just speciation, which is a species modifying itself. When you really boil it down, it nearly always can be explained, in terms of microevolution. It is still fundamentally the thing that it was. It still reproduces, it still breathes, it still digests, or whatever it does, even at the microscopic level, it's fundamentally the same. It's not turning into something else. There's just no record of it, Art. I know you'll get that argument.
What about?
So that's actually well known at this point. Like that is a prediction of evolution, not a defeater to evolution. Is that you cannot escape your phylogeny. So in this way, we are still, in a sense, fish.
Right.
Like we still have characteristics of, and because fish isn't, I use quotes because there's no biological category that is fish.
Right.
But we are still, like we're still vertebrates, right? Like we won't ever escape being vertebrates. So evolution is entirely yes and.
I'm curious. So I'm curious to see what kind of art, because Art sounds like he was about to push back a little bit.
All right. Well, let's let him go.
Yes, you're right.
Virus level, Lloyd. If we're talking, for example, about, since it's in the news lately, we could just clamp onto the AIDS virus.
Right.
And we could talk about its ability to change, and to meet the drugs that are used against it, and modify itself.
Well, within the world of a virus, and we're talking, they can go down as little as a half a dozen genes, so we're talking something minutely small. and not really alive in the sense that it can't reproduce itself the way, you could even argue that they're not living, and some people do, in as much as they need living host.
Yeah. So we've just moved on.
He's moved on.
Yeah.
And he's not wrong. So there is definitely, as I understand it, legitimate, like, fun debates is like, are viruses alive or not?
Oh, that absolutely, yes.
And then that depends on, then it's always like, well, it depends on your definition of alive. Because not there isn't like a standard definition the way you may have learned the rules of what's alive or not when you were in, 7th grade, but that's not like what, people in a lab are not beholden to what you learned in 7th grade. So,
no.
Yep.
In order to live, but put that argument aside, it changes to another form of itself. And it has a new beak, it has a new shell, it has some new modification in its body functioning, but it's still a virus, it lives as a virus, it's identifiable as a virus. Now, you find a virus that suddenly makes the leap from being a parasite, needing to live off of something else. If you show a virus that can suddenly feed itself from its environment and reproduce itself,
then
you've got macroevolution.
I
see what I'm saying?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so there you go. And anytime you break down one of their arguments the way I just broke that one down, you will inevitably find that it is microevolution that they're foisting off as macroevolution.
So, okay.
No.
I mean, I can see the obvious logical, whatever you want to call it, the thing where it's like, is not like, at what point do you go? It's like, if you make 1,000 micro evolutionary leaps, and so like now what you have is vastly different from what you started, but the steps along the way were tiny. We were, we got from an opossum to a giraffe, but we got there, a death by 1,000 cuts. It wasn't like an opossum had a baby that was a giraffe. There was 50,000 iterations in between of these things that happened over hundreds of thousands or millions of years. So at what point do you draw that line between micro or macro? And you can draw comparisons in technology, you can draw comparisons in all kinds of things. So you are splitting hairs. Like you say, they'd be like, well, no, you're never going to find a fish that lays an egg that a bird hatches out of, and yet you can draw, like, there was a fish that laid an egg that was a slightly different fish that laid an egg that was a slightly different fish that laid an egg that was a slightly different fish. Do that 10,000 times and you have a giant sloth, or what, you throw whatever thing you want in there, right? Like,
for some reason, the analogy that worked for me when I was a young Earth creationist and really struggling to learn this stuff, was the analogy. Someone said, at no point did a Latin speaker give birth to a Spanish-speaking child.
Yeah.
But, but you cannot deny that Spanish and Latin are not the same language.
Yes.
But where is but you can't find there's the first Spanish-speaking person. Like, you just can't find that.
And I mean, I'm come from an agricultural background, and even within, like, like modern versions of watermelon or canola or whatever, right? Where it's like the one from 500 years ago, it's like it's unrecognizable to what we have today. And it wasn't like we took a watermelon, which is like had massive seeds and huge rinds and very little edible meat 500 years ago. And then just like, oh, well, but then one of the seeds grew this watermelon that we enjoy today. And now we have seedless watermelons and we love them and they're great. Like, it didn't work that way. This was generations of work of, careful seeding and picking and cultivating crops and like growing for specific traits. And that's with humans actively, putting a thumb on the scale to make things be the way that they want. And even then, foregoing sort of more modern genomic techniques that exist, it took generations to breed certain traits into animals or crops, right? Like, the difference between Bella and a Dachshund or a Wiener dog, or a Corgi, like, this isn't natural evolution. Humans did this. Humans did this on purpose, right? Dalmatians exist for Saint Bernards, all these things. Humans did this. They bred certain traits into these animals on purpose and deliberately. But even then, it took hundreds of years, like generations upon generations. But you can still see, there will be records. You can go back and you can trace the root from, this to this. I don't see, like, it seems to me so obvious, like it's such a stupid argument that you're like, well, like I said, at what point does micro become macro?
Well, that is I wasn't being super facetious about that micro walking, macro walking thing.
Yeah.
Because it was like, you're just, for some reason in your head, you're imagining that at a certain number of steps, you just have to stop.
No, be like the Latin or Spanish is an excellent example, right? Where it's like, there is no point where somebody who spoke Latin just suddenly started speaking Spanish. And, there's no point where somebody who spoke the English of Beowulf started speaking the English of Shakespeare or the English we speak today. This happened over hundreds of years. It's because somebody decides Riz is a cool world and just starts throwing that in there.
No child spoke a language their mother didn't understand. Like, it's
exactly.
So it was always fully formed. Yeah.
Me, it's such an obvious thing that, like, why would you even seriously, unless you were, had like a creationist axe to grind.
Well,
I
think so, but it is counterintuitive, right? You look and you say, like, wait, like, birds are related to dinosaurs? That's weird.
It is, but I think that if you took that person and sat down, we're like, they are, but like,
no, I know, but in
the same way that corgis are related to wolves,
right? But they're trading on people not thinking it through very deeply.
Yeah, it's not hard to sit somebody down and be like, oh yeah, you can draw this through line. Yeah. There was, I think it was a BBC show. There was a show I used to love when I was a kid from like the 80s called Connections. I think it was called Connections. I think we've talked about it on the stream before.
Okay.
So the idea of this show would be like computers. So this would be like the opening thing. It's like the, Apple IIe computer is a very advanced loom.
Oh,
and
okay.
It would go back and would show with it like how the invention of the loom, the weaving loom, directly led to the creation of the modern electronic computer, and would go through all of the steps where it's like this led to the printing. Like, it's essentially using the same technology. It was advanced printing, this to this to this to this to this to this to this, and this is where it is now. But these machines, like this cultural, and it was all over the place, but it was like this specifically A to G leads to this. And it was a fascinating show. I fucking loved it.
James Burke, I'm told in the chat.
Okay, yeah. And it was a great show. He was absolutely right. Like, it was all scientific. And it was like, yeah, like, this is true. Like, this is the things. Somebody took this machine and did this, or took this cultural thing or this whatever. This became this, became this, became this, became this. And it's a very macro. So you look at now, you'd be like, what the fuck are you talking about? Computers have nothing to do with looms. But then if you look at the interview, you're like, no, it has everything to do. Like, this would not exist if this hadn't existed. And but it's all the steps in between that fill it. So like when you see it, when you look at all 50 points, it's bloody obvious, like any graph or curve. But when you just look at the first point and the end point, like you say, dinosaurs to birds to whatever, right? It's like dinosaur to chicken doesn't make any sense. That's insane. But if you fill every point in between, it's incredibly obvious, right? Like it's so easy to see in retrospect, but you have to see that full. You have to have somebody sit down and be like, yeah, no, it went like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, like this, and then you can see it, which most people, as you say, don't have. I think I have just really Okay, is it Black Fox gin time?
I have been having it. That's what's in here.
It's the
and it's very nice. I will say the last time I got Black Fox, I thought it was too piney. But
they have a number of different ones.
Yeah, and I was uncareful when I bought some for myself. So this is a very nice one. I like this one.
I thought you would like the mint.
Yeah, I like it.
All right.
It's much more subtle than the last one. Very nice.
Right.
Creation has too many holes in it. Darwinism has too many holes in it. There's a third explanation.
I believe that there is a third fundamental explanation
Let's hear it.
for all of it. Now, as far as what we're talking about now, the beginnings of life, that I don't have an answer for, frankly. I do not have that worked out. All I know is that what we're currently taught. And
when you say, okay, I'm sorry. When you say
everything we know is
when you say the beginnings of life,
right?
Do you mean human life?
All life.
All life.
All life. Human life we can talk about later. We're talking about all life. When you look at all life, here's the history of life on Earth. At around 4 billion years ago, quite unexpectedly, at a time when the Earth was still very plasmic and was fundamentally nothing but a ball of lava, it had just begun to coalesce out of the primordial cloud,
right?
Again, which happened at around 4.5 billion years ago. So we're looking at a half a billion years, a long time to just say that, but relatively speaking, fairly short, when the Earth was horribly, horribly inhospitable. The first form of life on Earth appears, and that is prokaryotic bacteria.
All right, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. So
would you fundamentally disagree with any point of that, Paul?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, not fundamentally.
I'd also understand this is 1997, so maybe some of the time.
So I think that I don't know that we can confidently say that the Earth was mostly like lava when this happened.
It probably wasn't, but
yeah. Okay, so there's a few things, and then like pinpointing it specifically to 4 billion. There's a huge range in there, but like on the broad sense, I'm going to give him that's fine.
Yes. Okay. Yes. Billions of years ago.
Yep. And also, like, I'm actually glad that he's not trying to solve abiogenesis, is the phrase, right? Because he's making the same caveat that I would give in talking to a creationist. It's like, we're not talking about origin of life. We're talking about after life was already started. Right. Because we honestly, like, we can't say a lot concrete about the first replicating molecules. Right. Self-replicating molecules. We can't say a lot for sure. So let's not talk about that. What we do have great evidence for is the diversity of life, right? The diversity of life is pretty undeniable, and he's giving that same caveat. So I was going to give him grace on that.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Back with Lloyd Pye and our
4.5
billion years where it all began in a moment.
This is Coast to Coast AM from the Kingdom of Nye with Art Bell.
It is, and we will go back 4.5 billion years ago and try and discern from what life came, in Lloyd Pye's opinion. And of course, we will take your calls eventually.
I do really just want to hear what this third option is.
Yeah, I would explain it to me. What is
hit us up.
But this is one fascinating topic. I guess it is actually one of mankind's oldest questions. 4.5 billion years ago, what was the Earth like?
4.5 billion years ago, the Earth was just coalescing out of the primordial cloud. It had taken its shape, the sun had ignited, but it was basically a seething mass of lava. And about 500 million years later, at around 4 billion years, it was essentially the same, but it was well into the cooling process. We had some hardening crust, we had some steam, we had some water. It was beginning to cool down. And that's 4 billion years ago is when life first came out. It might help if we go over what we're all taught. I was taught this 30, 40 years ago, and everyone's been taught this since. We're all taught that life began in the early primordial seas when we had oceans. I'm sure everyone out there listening will remember that. That somehow inorganic molecules floating.
Shannon Q with Remember Chat.
Yeah.
I want to go to bed, but you're so darn interesting.
And handsome.
I hear that every single night.
Yep. God damn, that Paul's handsome.
No, not the handsome part, just the interesting.
Oh, yeah. So interesting. Isn't that what you say about food your aunt made that you like?
That's,
you don't
or conversations that you're trying to get out of. That's interesting. Cool.
I've never had ham and peas and salad before. That's interesting.
True. That's interesting.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Interesting.
I realize now too. I didn't.
That is the exact sense.
I didn't turn on the various lights I have around. So now you're just getting I have very bad lighting tonight. You know.
Oh
well.
Still handsome.
Luckily, I'm pretty fucking attractive, so it kind of just works. I work.
It would honestly. We don't. You're already, the handsome one on the show. We really can't. Like, it's a little bit cruel to make that disparity even wider.
Put some kind of warning on the chat.
It's
and we
true.
Don't want to do that. Yeah, we want a low barrier to entry.
Kind of. That's right.
To our incredibly educational
Mr. Handsome and the Gargoyle.
Oh, hey, whoa, calm down with that now. Come on, let's all look at. He's got a full head of hair. He's got his stylish George Clooney-ish 5-day growth. Kind of going on the face. This is a handsome man. That's a slab of grade A machismo beef right there. Everybody. Sadly, Shannon's got dibs on it.
Yeah.
Bella is the handsome one on the show.
That's true.
One person here is in good shape.
She is the most pretty, but also the least smart. So,
oh my, this chat's getting spicy here.
So, Quasimodo says, part of me does micro to macro evolution every toast to toast stream. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Are you a goer, Quasimodo? Huh? You go? Huh? Hey. That's but also probably you shouldn't. I mean,
I was wondering which part of the show.
What about this in any way?
I mean, he might be. There might be parallel stuff going on. This might not be causation. This might just be correlation and not causation.
Yeah, there you go.
No,
like maybe somebody's just tightening the nipple clamps over there, and that's fine. But nothing that's happening here. Like I get it. What is it? Rule 64, 60? I can't remember
34 something.
34. There's somebody into everything, but probably on a fundamental sexual level, nobody should be into this. Nobody should be. Whatever's going on here, this shouldn't probably.
All right, I don't want to get enough of it. This line of conversation is over.
Around in that prebiotic soup or prebiotic sea found themselves somehow on a kind of chemical yellow brick road that allowed them to skip along, linking electrons and forming themselves into ever more complex inorganic molecules until somehow they reached a magic threshold and were struck by a lightning bolt.
That's right.
People are taught other things that somehow triggered them into a living thing, swirled them into
Have you seen the new Frankenstein movie?
I have not. The Guillermo del Toro.
Guillermo del Toro.
Guillermo del Toro. I'm not
Yes.
drunk. You're drunk. Shut up. What?
Yeah.
Frankenstein? I saw it.
He's the prettiest Frankenstein that has ever been Frankenstein's monster. Actually, Oscar Isaac is also a handsome fellow.
I'm gonna say, wait a minute, because I've seen a real pretty Frankenstein in my life. Yeah, Oscar Isaac. Yes,
no, but the monster. The monster is the prettiest Frankenstein monster who ever
because he
pretty.
ain't supposed to be pretty. He's
Yeah.
supposed to be upsetting. Have you ever read Mary Shelley's?
I have not.
Like the actual, because one of the running themes. So it's a really good book, and I highly recommend everybody read it. But it's a like people are just upset. Like, so there's a whole thing about the thing that like there's just something fundamentally wrong with the monster, with Frankenstein's creation. Like, people are upset. Like, they can look at it and they're like, there is something wrong. The eyes, the face, like, people just know this is not a natural thing. And everybody, so the creature befriends a blind girl because the blind girl can't see it, and that's like kind of
something similar happens in this movie.
Fair enough, because I believe it's sort of based, but there is every human being who sees the creature in the book has a visceral like this creature is like, it looks bad, like it's just abhorrent to be around and look at and experience, and that's a hard thing to kind of do. They tried, in the old movies, the kind of thing, except I feel like it's more like the book in that, like, the creature's very intelligent and can reason and talk and go. It's not like the old, like, fire bad, Phil Hartman Frankenstein. But it still is true that, like, every human in the book, whoever sees Frankenstein's creature, just automatically is like, I want to kill this thing because it's so bad.
I would say that this movie does accomplish that, despite having a supermodel as its monster.
Yeah.
It's still it's like he's still good enough at his visuals for that. But I'll just say you've probably not seen as many scenes of the Frankenstein's monster shirtless.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah. We got the old Matthew McConaughey.
Yeah. Oh, need to take my shirt off again. Yeah.
Maybe I should have my shirt off in the scene. Have you ever seen the Matthew Damon impersonation? Yeah. Like, maybe I should take my shirt off in this scene.
Ultimately, it's one of those films we've talked about, like the sum of the parts. I don't feel like the sum of the parts ever cohered to make it great.
Yeah, I haven't heard that it's amazing.
The Emma Stone. She was recently in the movie about corpses being reanimated. I forget what the name of that was.
Yep.
That was a better, like, that was like, so right. Yeah. So we've recently had that film, which was
yes.
Yeah. So we recently had that film, which is like very similar themes.
Yes.
And so this one was kind of like, well, I don't think it was quite as good as that, but the visuals are great. If you subscribe to Netflix, why not? It's on there.
Or if you still have scenes, just watch it there.
Well, no, actually, what I would say is it may not be
worth it. Back
to the planet.
The living thing, lightning bolt hits them. In Whammo, you have this alive creature. Now, that has been in as much as the very largest single group of inorganic molecules compares to the very smallest conceivable actually living thing that could reproduce and feed itself out of its environment. The very largest inorganic molecule compares to the very smallest living thing, the way a small rural village would compare to New York City in terms of complexity. There's no way that happened. It has been analogized thusly by saying that the likelihood of that, it's called spontaneous animation, the real true likelihood of spontaneous animation is equivalent to a tornado sweeping through a junkyard and correctly assembling a Boeing 747 from the materials therein. So,
I mean, that's roughly equivalent. Yep.
It's so frustrating. Anyway,
I mean, I don't know why. That's accurate. That's
that's the perfect analogy. That's right.
Perfect analogy. Yep.
And I guess that's why I started talking about Frankenstein. Yeah, it's like, yeah, lightning just struck the molecule and it became alive. Like, no,
Yep.
no, that's not what we say. That's not what say.
But that's what happened.
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's just randomly the DNA in one just in one swoop
Mhm.
in one roll of the dice, as it were.
Mhm. All the DNA was there.
Just boom, monkeys.
23 beautiful chromosomes.
Yep.
24, whatever. I don't actually know how many chromosomes there are.
23 for humans. Monkeys
Yay!
not.
You nailed it. Thank
Well,
you.
sorry, so it's 23 pairs, but that's close enough.
Well, you know what I meant. That's
Yep.
yeah.
Yep.
Yep. Thank you, Microbiology 101.
I believe monkeys are 24. Or apes are 24. I don't know.
And what do they got? They don't have any Ford Fiestas. Fuck you, apes. What's that chromosome done for you? Got you a
It didn't
pity
happen
party from
that
Dane
way.
Goodall.
The odds on it are just so astronomical. It didn't happen because everyone that knows anything about this knows that the first life form to actually appear on Earth was a bacteria, not a virus or virus level.
No, it was a single-celled organism that was much less sophisticated than a bacteria.
Yeah, I'm willing to go. It wasn't a virus. Well, like it wouldn't be a virus because a virus can't exist without.
Yeah,
as you said, there's still significant debate in the biological community about whether viruses are actually alive and go.
But
And it's
he should have, even by this time, he should have known that, like, RNA was the precursor of all this stuff. Like,
oh my goodness, I didn't know. Jane Goodall passed away October 1st of this year. Did you know that?
I did.
I didn't know that. Huh?
Yeah.
Crazy. Wow. There you go. She did a lot of very, very important work. With regard, hey Paul, I'm just going to read the super chat.
Do it.
From Brandon Runyon, who has generously super chatted $10. With regards to Frankenstein's monster, the phenomenon of people having negative, fearful, visceral reactions to faces/bodies that are close to human but not quite is called the uncanny valley. It's true. That's why I hate that goddamn Polar Express movie.
Yeah, that is the poster child for Uncanny Valley.
Yep. But yes, that exactly, like I've my drunken super trying to explain it, but that is a recurring theme of the book, that people can just instinctually realize that there is something wrong with this person. The Uncanny Valley is the perfect. That's the thing. That is the whole, like, somebody, Victor Frankenstein played God, brought somebody back from the dead, and every human being who interacts with this creation can, on some instinctual level, like, there's something just not right about it, and they do not like it. It upsets them, and that's kind of one of the. There's a lot of running themes in Frankenstein that are very good.
You know how the doctor, the creator, is like he's the real monster.
Yeah,
that's a little heavy-handed in this movie.
Yeah, well, fair enough.
This creature is the kindest-hearted kind heart that ever has kind-hearted.
But in the book, he is too.
I know, but it's a little thick, right? It's like
it lay on nice and thick. Yeah, the creature absolutely does bad things in the book too. But yeah,
well,
and it's also very much a horror monster, that it's like this unkillable, undying thing that just sort of keeps charging him when he's in the Arctic trying to escape it and chasing him down.
There's he hurts some wolves. I'm not gonna, it's not at one point he hurts some wolves, and in defense of a human, so fine, right? But Bella didn't like that scene at all.
Oh no, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, everybody should check out, I believe it's on Netflix, Frankenstein's Monster Frankenstein, with David Harbour playing himself and his dad in this. It's very weird, and I love it. It's a weird Netflix special. It's very hard to describe, and everyone should watch Frankenstein's Monster Frankenstein.
All right.
Yeah, just throwing that out there.
After you watch Pluribus.
After you watch all 100 and whatever episodes of Toast to Toast. 50 episodes.
Six? I feel like we've done like 6 episodes.
We're really bad at our jobs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A very advanced creature, relatively speaking, a single-cell bacteria nonetheless, without a nucleus. So it's called a prokaryotic
Oh,
bacteria.
good. Well done.
Now,
Okay.
they exist today, 4 billion years later, in fundamentally the same forms that they existed in when they first came. Basically unchanged. Blue-green algae, cyanobacteria. What's interesting about it is not one kind came. They have recently found out within the last decade that 2 kinds came. Not one, 2. The archaea and the true bacteria. So that was a big shock, needless to say, that what they had assumed for a very long time was one kind of creature. When they got able to break it down at its DNA level, they found that, whoa, we've got 2 things here, not 1, 2. And that's your first living life form. They had maybe several hundred strands of DNA. They were filled with ribosomes, which are in fact the size of viruses. So they were hundreds of times bigger than.
He's getting less and less concrete. More problematic. I want to get to the thing though. I don't want to
I
nitpick
need
him
your
to
help,
death.
Paul.
What?
So Shannon Q has posted in chat
Yes.
that she knows an unreasonable amount about, I want to say, Radomi history. I don't know.
Random history.
Oh, okay, just random history. So maybe she's just drunk and mistyping words.
She's also dyslexic, so there's always that.
Fair enough. I just thought maybe there was like a bacterial term or something I didn't know.
No. She was correctly
I
self-assessing.
also, Shannon, know way too much about random history.
Yeah.
It's random in that, like, I'm not an expert in any one field. I just know random facts about weird things. Oh, well, here. Oh, because we're still talking about, yes, this is true, and I know this fact. Yes.
Go ahead.
The fact that she wrote at a swinger party with Lord Byron, who's Ada's Lovelace's dad, and thus Frank led to computers, is more interesting. Yes, like anybody, literally look up the history. I'm sorry, Shannon, for calling you up. Thanks, Paul. Like of how Frankenstein, the party where, or the trip, I guess the extended vacation where Mary Shelley wrote Frankenstein, and like everything that happened in that, and just Lord Byron and the fucking insanity that involves everything that revolves around him, and it's the people involved in this. It's crazy. Like, it is a historical singularity. Like, just all of the people who are together and the various things that came out of that still impact our world today. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. Like, it's like a story, a fictional story that was written, but it's true. It's very much worth looking into and reading up on it, and just learning. You could just read a book on Lord Byron and every goddamn impact he had on our modern world. It's insane. It's absolutely insane. So whatever, we'll move on. But yes.
And, here I was thinking about, it sounds like a Doctor Who episode, and people in the chat are like, "Hey, they made a Doctor Who episode about it." So,
Kinda, yeah.
And viruses. So this is a well-advanced creature that comes to Earth. So that tells us right away that the first life to come to Earth certainly did not develop here. There was no time for it. Certainly it wouldn't have gotten to that level of complexity.
Who had aliens? Who had panspermia?
You know what? I just realized now I had trivia all queued up today, and we didn't do the trivia, but it would have been terrible today too. Anyways,
who had panspermia should have had that as option 3 was aliens.
So we've just straight up. This came out of nowhere. Like, oh, by the way, life didn't evolve on Earth. We're okay, wow.
All
okay.
right.
Yep. Fair enough. Yep.
Fair enough.
500 million, only 500 million years in nothing basically but lava as in an incubator. So it just didn't happen. Now, because
there are those who would say now you are arguing creation.
Well, no, I'm just saying that life did not come here the way we are taught. That's all I'm really saying. I'm saying that it did come here, obviously, from someplace else. And wherever it came from, it existed millions, billions of years earlier than when we first appeared on Earth. That's all I'm saying.
So he has a number in mind. He won't share it. 4 billion, too small.
Right.
But there's some other number of billions of years where not only it developed and then got here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fair enough.
Okay. Okay.
Occam's razor, I feel like maybe isn't in play here, but
It's okay. Yeah.
it's one of, so you know this about me. So one of my least favorite episodes, series of episodes of Next Gen,
Next Gen is the yes.
was the stupid, I forget what they
Yeah.
even called them, the
The
progenitors or whatever
progenitor,
they
the one
were.
where
Yeah.
they're going on the chain.
Yeah,
and
and like, oh, it turns out the Klingons and the Romulans, you're all you have.
I mean, I know you don't like it. I get it in the terms of Star Trek. They're trying to justify it's like, why is every
right,
alien
why
essentially a
right.
person with
Right, your primates essentially, like what's up there? Yeah.
bipedal, 2-arm,
Yeah.
2-eye, nose, mouth, and just kind of a different head.
Mm-hmm.
Every alien species, this
Yeah,
is more.
your ears are slightly different. Oh, neat.
Why is this? That doesn't make any sense from an actual evolutionary. So I give them more sympathy than you do because they were trying to hand the wave away.
But
I think it was stupid to even address the issue at all because it's classic sci-fi. So just we can all see the zipper on the back of the suit. It's fine. We all pretend this is not the case.
But I also hated it when they did it in Prometheus. I hated the same thing for the same reason. New rum.
Look at this is old rum from the 902 backward. That was from I can't remember, somewhere by Piggy's Cove.
Yes. The Ironworks, is that Ironworks?
No, this isn't Ironworks.
Oh no, Piggy's Cove. That's right. Piggy's Cove is the other one. That was Lunenburg.
It's like a little random town, but it's one of my favorite rums. I had 2 bottles, and I'm like, I actually really like this now.
Awesome.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna put a bunch of Coke in it just to really make it because I like it so much.
Well, we need the caffeine at this point.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
So what I'm saying was, I also hated it. I'm just consistent because I also hated it in Prometheus when they had the engineers. I just all the whole panspermia makes me angry for some reason.
Oh really? I didn't hate it in Prometheus because I'm just whatever. It's like it's a fictional device. I don't think anyone watched Prometheus and was like, this is real life, right?
All right, here we go. Aliens. We've learned the option 3.
So option 3 is that life was seeded. Now I'm curious, was it deliberately seeded or was it just like a meteorite?
Oh, right. This will be good. And also, he's left the thread about the various Yetis hanging.
I need closure. I'm also really curious how this.
What's that? You've left me hanging on how this fits in with Bigfoot.
Okay, so like in my mind, Paul, and we'll answer these questions, I'm sure.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see the correlate. So whatever. There's Bigfoots and Yetis and whatever the goddamn Russian one was that neither of us can remember.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Whether protozoic life evolved naturally or somehow had extraterrestrial origins, I don't see how those two things are in any way related. Now I'm willing, as we've said today a number of times, I'm willing to show me the points and then it will be,
they don't seem causal. I will agree with you.
Yeah. If all life evolved from a meteorite from the Nebulon galaxy, great, good. What the fuck does that have to do with Bigfoot?
Yeah, let's take his premise as correct. Okay, so the first replicating cells came from space.
Somehow, some way.
That doesn't tell us anything about where it's going to go from there.
Yeah. So, but then everything in the 4 billion years in between then and now happened much as we
that's the thing. Like it's a little swap out of origins.
So Bigfoot's real?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, you know what? We're we're being overly critical, Paul. He hasn't
we
had
need
a
to-
chance to present his argument yet. We're jumping the gun. We're doing just the worst clickbait journalism here. Let him present his
let him
argument.
finish.
Yeah, let him fight his
Let me
horse.
finish. Let me finish.
Let me finish. Now I let you. I let you say your piece. You let me say mine. All right.
Where
One
it
name,
came from, where that
one
first
name,
spark
God.
of life came from to make that first thing,
Yes.
no one can say. I can't say, and anyone else can. And I'm waiting for the day that someone can make a case that is convincing.
Okay.
That does leave the door open.
Yes. Are you saying that all things then came from that first thing?
Yes, that is the indication that we have, because we all share the same genetic code. All plants, all animals, when you break it down to the gene level, you can take genes from a plant and put them in our bodies and they'll function. You can take genes from our bodies and put them in plants and they'll function. So that if we all share the
So what was all this incredulity about evolution before?
So like you
When-
said, or just say on the line, it's like, for the point of this argument, I'll concede you. Sure, yes,
Sure.
life, the very first single cell, most basic organ, those are not terrestrial in origin. Somehow, some way, those came from outer space.
Yep.
Great. What the fuck does that have to do with anything? Explain to me how that impacts any aspect of my modern life.
Ugh.
same
Next
basic
question.
genetic code. So yes, we all spring from a common life source. So that would argue for there is a mechanism. The bottom line for my case is this: there is a mechanism out there, Art. There is. I don't know what it is. Nobody else does. What I'm saying is what we're being taught is inaccurate. We haven't looked far enough. We do not.
I have no answers. Your answer is wrong. Okay.
Okay. Let him.
Yeah.
Okay, but you seem to argue against yourself in some cases because you suggest, okay, something came here from elsewhere, a fairly complex something from which all things sprang.
Right.
Now, that would indicate some sort of definite evolutionary process. You're only arguing the difference in the beginning.
Well, no, there's two parts to it. There's the beginning, and I'm saying that we don't know, I don't know, no one knows, and certainly the possibility of a divine creation is not out the window. Something happened, but in hearing how unlikely that spontaneous animation, whether on this planet or some other planet 10 billion years earlier, still you've got the problem of the tornado through the junkyard. How do you explain going? I mean, molecules are molecules. The universe over, it should be. So how do you go from inorganic molecules to an organic life form containing millions of different inorganic molecules magically arranged so that they function as a living thing? I don't know. Nobody knows. And all I'm saying is what we're taught is not correct. It didn't happen as simplistically as we're taught. Now, we're taught that because it's simple.
This is 1997.
Yep.
The idea of life having extra terrestrial origins, in the sense that he's talking about, is old at this point.
Mm-hmm.
He is certainly not the first. He's presenting this like this is this amazing idea I've had, but it's like this has been talked about for decades.
Yeah, panspermia is much older than 97.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm like, even granting him this, I'm like, oh, I don't understand.
That's what Art's trying to say. Exactly.
Yeah, Art's trying to say, right? He's like, okay, so cool. Life came from a meteorite or whatever you want to say it did.
Yeah.
Is that effect?
He's like, well, you're still contradicting yourself saying that there isn't common ancestry.
Yeah.
But
the common ancestry becomes a meteorite from Venus as opposed to something that, for whatever combination of reasons, evolved on, in the primordial soup, as it were, on Earth, right? Yeah. Okay.
He's been arguing for 25 minutes saying those mechanisms are inaccurate. But if that first cell was an alien, it all works. It's like, well,
yeah, what works?
You've changed nothing.
You've changed literally nothing. Yeah.
Yeah.
everybody just takes it, oh, okay, that's what happened, and we move on.
But you argue that there can be no natural process of evolution that accounts for our presence.
No, I don't know. I don't even argue that either. What I'm saying is there is a mechanism. Life does progress into higher forms. But on Earth, if you read the fossil record, here's what happens. When things are wiped out, we've had 5 major extinctions with collisions with asteroids or whatever, comets maybe, but something in
Debatable.
5 separate occasions in the history of Earth that we are very well aware of has wiped out between 80 and 90% of all life on the planet. And that's like wiping the slate clean in terms of the fossil record. And the fossil record gives us a very accurate account of what's happened.
Well, I was certainly aware of the supposed KT event.
Well, that's the last one. At 65 million years ago, the Cretaceous extinction that wiped out the dinosaurs. But there have been 4 others prior to that. One of them is called the Triassic. That was the first big one. The Permian at 225 wiped out most, like 90-95%. But the point is, at the end of each time, here's what you get in the fossil record. You have a few thousand years where nothing happens. There's just sort of nothing going on. Earth is allowed to sort of restabilize itself. And then suddenly...
No.
Wait, what? What? What?
Right after extinction events, nothing happens for millions of years, Dave. Just nothing happens.
Well, he said thousands, which doesn't
Or
even
thousands.
like. Wait, what? What's thousands
You
of
can't
years
even-
in the fossil record? That doesn't
You can't
mean
measure.
anything.
Yeah, that's a blip.
Yeah.
You can't measure that.
Yeah.
Pega
Yeah.
Jace, the blind pretzel maker.
Oh fuck, Paul! I could go for a pretzel right now, like a real, like a soft pretzel with like a beer cheese sauce. Oh my god, that would be so good.
It says Fred Hoyle,
The
the very
Germans
man.
know how to drink. Just throwing that out there. Anyway,
It says Fred Hoyle, the very man who coined the tornado in a junkyard, did so to argue for panspermia. Well, there you
I'm
go.
not familiar with Mr. Fred Hoyle or his works.
Well, he was he's a gentleman from the 1800s, as I recall.
I know a Hoyle who invented a lot of rules for card games, but I think it's a different guy.
I think it's a different guy. Different guy.
Yeah.
I need to deck out for a minute.
Okay.
So you want me to keep playing this thing, or do you want to engage with the chat?
I should wait because we've kind of started hitting the meat of the thing. So I
All
want.
right, so
you
you're
to
just
be able
gonna
to,
gonna interact with the chat.
I'll interact with our amazing fan base, everybody who's here. Go ahead, pepper me with questions, chat. Tell me everything you want to know. I'm gonna answer. I'm pretty drunk, so you're gonna get real answers out of me tonight. All right, Quasimodo. Boy, I'm not especially entertaining. See, Hoyle was active in 20. Well, which Hoyle are we talking about? The card game Hoyle or the tornado and junkyard Hoyle? I can't juggle, and I'm not going to dance. But I also love you, M76353. What's your favorite holiday beer? Excellent question. My favorite holiday beer, I have 2. There's one, oh, frick, I can't remember what it's called. It's like a Christmas, it's chocolate, like it's chocolate cranberry porter, something beard. Winter beard is what it's called. It's a fantastic holiday beer. Also like this one right here, Cat's Got the Cream, which is only available in deep winter in Saskatchewan. It's from a brewery in a city called Regina, which is not where I live. But it is a winter cream ale. It is absolutely delicious. What's the meaning of life? Have a good time all the time. Spinal Tap nailed it. My beard is salt and pepper, getting to be more and more salt, less and less pepper, sadly. Oh, fuck, Quasimodo. I would have a beer with you any day. I would love that. We would have a fantastic time. I love meeting people. There's no such thing as a boring person. I love sitting down, having a beer, just spending time talking to people, getting to know each other. Love it. Love it, love it. It has come back tonight. It's quite a bit shorter. I need to get it quite a bit longer. We've been bonding, Paul. I've got new best friends. You are out of the loop, my friend. My
Bondage or bonding?
Yes.
Did you see Spinal Tap 2?
I didn't. I just because I love Spinal Tap, and I feel like
I saw it this week, so it doesn't ruin the previous one,
okay,
but it
like it's not
doesn't.
horrible.
But it doesn't add anything either.
Okay, well maybe I'll watch them because I was worried I'd watch them and just like this is just gonna piss
It doesn't.
me off.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't shit on the old one. I can't think of a better way to do.
I actually watched it just 2 weeks ago with 3 friends. We all watched together who had never seen the original Spinal Tap. And after what they were all like, "Oh, so now I get why Spinal Tap is like a thing. Like this movie is hilarious and this is awesome." And yes, that and The Running Man. I have been watching the 1987 Arnold Schwarzenegger Running Man. I've watched it maybe 5 times in the last 4
watching
months.
with people who haven't seen it before.
Different people who've never seen it before, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, this movie is." Sub-Zero now Plane Zero. It's like what the fuck are you talking about, Arnold? Yeah, it's such a good movie. Yeah.
Spinal Tap 2 did the same thing that like Happy Gilmore, like a lot of the things do, where it's like because it was so famous, they can get very famous people to cameo.
Right.
And then the cameo, so instead of jokes,
just
there's cameos.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, we got Paul McCartney. Okay.
Yeah.
Like, but that's not a joke.
But that's
like,
not
that's just
yeah. Look at Snoop Dogg being
like that. So and the Saturday Night Live does that sometimes too, right? It's kind of like, well, we don't, the sketch isn't funny, but we found someone down the street is famous, so
lots of things do that, but yes,
so unfortunately Spinal Tap fell into that a little bit too much, but anyway. Super chat from Shannon Q,
who I believe has been our most active super chatter tonight.
Additional fun fact: the book The Vampire with the Y was also written at Byron's orgy by his doctor, and this is the first literal introduction of vampires. I did not know that.
That is, you're kind of correct, but also in a way that the vampire myth and in references to vampires far predates that, unfortunately. But in modern English canon, yes, that is the introduction.
Are you like saying there were some weird Dutch vampires prior to that?
And in more Eastern Europe, like this is a myth that goes back a very long time. And there were references and things. It's not a new thing. They didn't invent vampires. But certainly in the modern English canon, that is the introduction of the vampire. Yes. And I will absolutely concede that.
The origin.
But I'm not joking. Like, and more. Like, people should literally look into that whole Byron in general, who is just the craziest life. Like, you read it and you're like, this can't be real. And it's like, no, this is real. Like, this guy did all this just insane shit. There is nobody who has given less fucks in life than Lord Byron. It's crazy. But that particular trip, so it was a writing contest. So Paul, they were doing this trip, and there was this group of people, and they were doing orgies and different things. But they were also like, hey, let's all try to write spooky stories. We'll all write ghost stories, spooky stories, scary stories. Everybody, while we're traveling, write a story. And one of the stories that come from that was Frankenstein, the vampire. There's all these like crazy horror stories that people should look it up. There's a lot of very interesting stuff that came from this one particular vacation with this group of people, and enjoy.
I feel like Doctor Who may have left out some of those details.
Doctor Who leaves a lot of stuff out when it comes to Byron and
yeah. Very good.
You know what, Paul?
What's that?
I have to follow your lead.
All right. Well, I will. I'm gonna. Or should I also hold off on listening to
you go ahead. You go ahead and listen because I can hear.
Fair enough.
All the way from my toilet, so this will be fine.
species begin to appear like popcorn, just like they did in the first time they came, which was the Cambrian explosion. Darwinists really have to dance around the Cambrian explosion and all these other things, because what happens is this: suddenly, in a very, very short time, the ecological niches are being refilled by fully formed, ready to go males, females, predators, prey, armor, fangs, whatever. At every level, they come whole cloth, ready to go, ready to reproduce. And what I call it in the book, what I say, and I know that this is going to...
So this is the same problem as, like, I gave the Latin to Spanish analogy. It's not like the generations between Latin and Spanish those were also fully formed language. Every generation had the fully formed language. No one's surprised by that. That's all the animals. What would a half-formed mammal look like anyway? Like it's a mouse, but it doesn't have lungs or something. Like, no, this is a weird concept to think that it's odd that the animals that filled the niches were fully formed, because all generations of every species, the ones that exist, the ones that thrived, the ones that did not, the ones that died, the ones that survived, were all fully formed. So this is nothing weird.
Yep,
Yep,
that's science.
that's science.
get a chuckle out of you. I say it's like cosmic dump trucks are out there, and they get the word that Earth needs a new batch of life.
Now you're back to creationism.
Well, not necessarily. It could be that.
Yeah, he is. You are back to creationism, because you're hypothesizing that there was, for example, like if you say that mammals took over,
Mm-hmm.
after the Chicxulub, the
You made that word
asteroid
up.
hit.
Yes.
He's positing that there was no mammal on Earth prior to the asteroid hitting. That it was just like, oh, well, this new opportunity came up, so out of nothing will come this species that matches the new opportunity.
Yep. That's how it works.
That's creationism.
Managed that we're like an aquarium. But that's right. By whom? If the cosmic dump trucks are real, and if you read the fossil records fairly and objectively.
That's funny. I did. So cosmic dump trucks was one of the keywords for this thing, and I was trying to actually figure out if I should put that on. I didn't know what it means. I'm glad I didn't put it on for the thumbnail. It was like, oh, maybe should I put on this keyword cosmic dump truck?
What is he talking about?
I would have been very wrong. He's just saying that somewhere out there, there's spare life. There's life forms of a new variety that we don't know about, just waiting in the wings, in the back. We got some in the back, waiting to go.
I realize now.
Yes,
I'm just completely forgetting what you're talking about is dumb, Paul. And
fair enough.
Shannon and I have never had just like a conversation about literature, and I feel like we would have a very enjoyable conversation about literature. And I feel that's a folly on mine. I've never made that happen. I'm going to make that happen at some point.
You should,
because I think we actually have very similar tastes, and we would have a very enjoyable conversation.
You also are both history enthusiasts.
Yes, neither of us are scholars, but history enthusiasts. I dropped the cap for my rum. This stream is a disaster. I've lost the cap for my rum.
I will also say this gin cap. This keeps falling out.
I know.
It's not
quite big enough.
It doesn't. It's not good.
It's classy though. Look at it. It's glass stopper.
It's classy.
Probably somebody spent a lot of money on that was a very thoughtful friend.
They did. I know. I appreciate it very much. I'm just saying I can't. This isn't one of the. I can't throw this gin in a.
But it's also completely ineffective in its job.
Well, I'm just saying this is not the kind of gin I could put in a brown bag and wander around the streets with.
No, it's not. It's whatever. I'm not going to get into it. But
sometimes you want the twist cap.
Yeah.
For
or a cork stopper that works is effective in keeping things from spilling out of a bottle.
Fair enough.
Are you just drinking straight gin?
No, this is so I've had rum and coke in this glass.
Yeah,
And
it's what I'm drinking
gin
my
in this gin and ginger ale in this
wonderful
glass.
Toast tumbler.
And I need to decide which one I'm going to refill with next. How are we going? Do I need more caffeine?
Oh, Paul, we're not even close. We're not even
All right.
close. We haven't done a show in months, and I have a lot of pent up.
All right, here we go.
Issues. So here's the thing, Paul, as you well know, and chat's gonna learn. I am an extrovert. I'm an extrovert at my core. Absolutely, and I think you would agree with that.
Of course.
So the lack of stream, like this, is a necessary. I need this. This is filling. This is how I refill my spoons. Is doing this. And we haven't done it, and it's been affecting me. You have been affecting my mental health by not streaming more, and absolutely me. This has been.
Yes, I think there's blame to go around. We both.
Yeah, there's a lot of blame to go around. We have to stuff. Yeah, I need this. We're going for at least another hour, at least.
Very good. No, that answers that. I'm going for caffeine then instead of.
I don't care if the 3 fucking people watching this stream. We are not stopping anytime. There you go, Canada Dry.
So, someone Quasimodo is asking which ginger ale in Canada. There is only ginger ale is synonymous with Canada Dry. Yeah. There
literally is no other ginger ale.
Yeah,
I guess if you are one of the poors, you would get like a President's Choice or like a weird off-brand ginger ale, like you get, but nobody thinks about.
There's not a swath of different ginger ales to look for. It's just
there's Canada Dry and like no name brand ginger ale.
Yeah, exactly.
There's trying to be Canada Dry, but aren't.
There's generic and Canada Dry, and that's it.
That's it.
Yeah.
We have one ginger ale. It's Canada Dry.
Yeah.
Now ginger beers, we have
thousands.
And I can, and there's good and bad.
Yeah. So I'm not, and to be clear, I'm not bragging that I'm not I don't know. Maybe this is the worst ginger ale that exists. I don't know.
I've had many ginger ales in other countries. Canada Dry is the best.
Okay. But I wasn't trying to brag that we have only one. I'm just saying we have only one. So, yeah.
Same with tonic. Like there's really only one.
Yeah.
Tonic water in Canada.
Yeah. There's a monopoly. They got a monopoly on the ginger.
Because somebody perfected it, and there's no point in making anything else. It's like, yeah, you nailed it. Good job. We're good. It's kind of like Oreos, right? It's like you don't need. It's like, yeah, this is it. We got it. We're good. There's no reason to ever have a different white stuff.
No, but yeah, that's a recent development because when I was a kid, you could get all kinds of cream-filled cookies.
Oh, I mean, and they still even Oreos.
But other brands like you could get, and they'd be pink or green or yellow. I liked the yellow ones. The yellow with the white ones were good because they were a little lemony. But there used to be in the 80s. There used to be competition in the cream-filled cookie market.
Yeah,
that's gone away.
I mean, I do like lemon-filled cookies or maple. That's a different thing, but. We're getting off track.
Let's go. Oh, Fudgio. Sure, that's a thing.
Space, and we can all agree on that.
That's right.
That's about all you can conclude, because what the scientists try to say is that there's something called punctuated equilibrium. This is how they try to attach an identity.
No, scientists don't say this, but carry on.
That is what scientists say.
Darwinism, understand, is the gradual increase of everything from simplicity toward ever higher complexity.
Correct.
Well, it's obvious to anybody that reads the fossil record that didn't happen, that doesn't.
It is not obvious to anyone who reads the fossil record because many people are just wrong. Yeah. Anyway, punctuated. You're. I'm sure you're familiar with that phrase, even though it's an obsolete term.
Which one? Yeah. Which one?
Punctuated equilibrium.
No.
This is basically early days.
Yeah.
Before we had a lot of we've now found, transitional forms aplenty to let us think that this isn't the case anymore. But some people did scratch their head. It's like, oh, we have this body type,
Yeah.
and like we don't currently have a body type that's similar to that.
Right.
Maybe this happens not gradually, but in fits and spurts.
Okay. Kind of like tectonic plates.
Yeah, and so the reason why we don't have the reason why we don't see all the
Right.
incremental body types is because it happens if it's not to say that. So
How do
obviously
you go from a squirrel to a duck-billed platypus? That kind of, we don't have
Yeah.
the in-betweens.
And, and so one of the hypotheses was, well, if it happens, if there's long stasis periods,
Right.
then of course in the fossil record, the one when it's doing the change, we just kind of think that that's all. We don't recognize that it's all changing all really fast. We just see a snapshot. Anyway, virtually no one holds to this. It's been like I think 100 years since anyone has held to that. But fair enough.
Olivia Williams is here. Hello, Olivia. Anyway, sorry. Yes.
What actually happens is these bursts, these absolute explosions of life forms, fully formed life forms on Earth when required. So what they try to say is that there is an alternate theory or an addendum called punctuated equilibrium.
It's like all the fish in the aquarium die, and suddenly somebody goes out and buys a whole bunch and puts them back in the
Exactly, whole new batch of fish, new kinds, everything. And it's like, oh, wow, look at this. And the way they explain it, well, punctuated equilibrium has happened to this aquarium. Suddenly, life knows. It just knows that it's time to hit the accelerator. And
even that's not what punctuated equilibrium was. All it was saying was that the periods of changes happened in quickly with long periods of stasis. It's Art's example is, I think, what he's trying to say. It's like, oh yeah, we scooped all the fish out and got some more fish from a different pet store and put them in here.
Like the I haven't heard of punctuated equilibrium, but I've heard geologists talk about tectonic, where they're like, people say it's like, well, there's like changes, continental drift or whatever. It's like, micromillimeters or whatever. And they're like, yeah. So like what actually happens is pressures build up, and then all of a sudden it's not that there is like so much, so many millimeters per year. It's like, and then the plates shift, and then you get a 0.8, an 8-point Richter scale, whatever, earthquake or whatever. Like it doesn't. It's like it's there. Pressure builds up, but the plates shift, and you get a volcano, and you get a whatever, but it's not a incremental increase. It's pressure builds up, and then things move, and then pressures build up again, and things move, which I believe is the analogy for.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good analogy. And this is the classic creationist problem is they treat things that are not clocks as if they are clocks.
Right.
But then treat the things that are clocks as if they're not. It's like, oh, radioactive decay. No, that's not uniform at all.
Yeah. When it in fact is.
When in fact it is. But then they will say things about like, oh, tectonic was obviously, a clock. A clock. It only happened. No, they think it happened at a crazy fast rate, but anyway.
But
where
whatever. It's like that's not how plates actually move.
Yeah. Many videos I've done are just like, that's not a clock. That is.
Yeah, that's not the way they move in the couple of centuries we've actually sort of actively been measuring it. It's like, it's a things don't move a little bit every day. It's like, they build, things jam up, and then all of a sudden move. And then you get, cities falling down or bad things happen.
Yeah. So like a creationist might look and say, okay, Paul lived in San Francisco in 2007.
Yeah.
And he lives in Nova Scotia in 2025. So obviously he lived every year. He moved. He lived one step. This closer. We divided the time, and it's like, well, no, that's not how that worked. I actually moved to Calgary, and then I moved here. So,
although ironically, to flip the narrative, that is kind of to take a longer view, what we're arguing for with the macro versus micro, where it's like, well, there are incremental steps in between. It is, but like you said, logic has to be applied when you're looking at different.
Oh, but actually, yeah, but the changes are not uniform. Like obviously
No.
things like sharks, for example, have had relatively, compared to other species, limited change because it kind of, well, there's been no selective pressure to make them change.
Yeah.
So
They found a good thing and did it.
right. So he is actually closer to correct with the, when he's talking about the extinction events. The extinction events were obviously a tremendous change in selective pressure. So what was being selected for all of a sudden changed very drastically. No question. Anyway.
Oh my goodness, Paul.
What's that?
I just watched a documentary about the Great Dying, the Permian Triassic.
Okay.
Holy, just how much of the biodiversity of Earth died. Like when he says like 95%, it's like, oh yeah, no, that happened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now it happened over millions of years. It wasn't a single thing that happened, but that's always when people I always laugh when people are like, well, it's pollution or global warming, whatever. It's like, well, that'll be the end of life. It's like, nah, it won't be no, it won't be the end of life. It might be the end of humans.
Sure.
Probably not to that, but it's like, yeah, life will be fine. Like life has gone through so much worse things than anything we could. Some of the fucking shit that's happened on this planet is crazy. The ecological changes and going. Anybody look it up. The Great Dying. It's crazy what happened on Earth.
The thing, of course, is that we tend to be all uppity about not wanting human life to end.
Yeah, I know, right?
Everyone's all saying, "Oh, I want."
Yeah.
If you're just a fan of life in general, let it run. Sure.
It'll be fine.
Something better. Cockroaches would be good. They'll be
or cockroaches 2.0, whatever.
Yeah, or 2.0, or even human 2.0. But yeah, it'll.
Yeah.
Start expanding exponentially all over the place, all at once, everywhere, into every ecological niche. That the survivors, whatever they are, somehow begin to absolutely disobey every rule of Darwinism, and they begin to turn themselves into multitudes of creatures, not just the next step up, but all at once, becoming
disobey every rule of Darwinism. I'm okay, whatever. I guess let him.
Well, it is if you're using the model of all the fish get replaced.
Yeah.
Then it is not. That's not Darwinism. That's just some outside force.
I guess right. Something and all of a sudden all these new things just show up.
Yeah.
15, 20 different things. It's the only way to explain what happens. Well, that doesn't make sense. That's not believable. But again, it's they have to say something. They have to come up with something. They have to fill that hole. So they have filled that hole in the logic with punctuated equilibrium. But the truth is, cosmic dump trucks make more sense, more intrinsic sense than.
Do they?
I feel like that's a great T-shirt. Cosmic dump trucks make more sense.
That is a great T-shirt. There you go. Paulogia store.
Paulogia store.
Yeah. Cosmic dump truck.
Sure. Maybe the ecology changed and some of the species that weren't dominant became dominant, or
we're talking about
dump trucks, or dump trucks of new organisms that we just had on standby.
Yeah, I feel like it's the meme of what's his name? The guy used to be, aliens, right?
The conspiracy guy. Oh no, it's the Lifetime. The History Network guy was the
aliens. Yeah. You can't say it wasn't aliens. Yeah. Doesn't cosmic dump truck just make more sense? Aliens.
So I am interpreting, and I might be wrong because this guy's taken some turns. I'm interpreting cosmic dump trucks to be basically that the new inventory of creatures heretofore not on Earth.
Yeah. Came from space.
That are standing by, that are waiting to. They perfectly fill a niche that doesn't exist yet.
Right.
But they're waiting in a dump truck till that niche, till that ecology happens, and then someone's like, "Wait, I've been waiting for this." It's like the guy who saved a piece of wood in his garage for years, and then now
So-
finally, I need that piece of wood that length.
So the question becomes, is this because somebody is waiting? Yes, Giorgio. Thank you, Scuzzbopper. Is somebody is waiting as like, here's the perfect, or these cosmic jump trucks are showing up all the time, but all of Earth is like, it's very tough for them to get established when there's already, all of these life.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Niche. But then when a time comes, so this is a perfect analogy, Paul. Have you ever played Alien Risk?
No.
You're familiar with Risk. You and I played.
Yes, I get. Yeah.
So
Many
Alien
hundreds
Risk
of hours.
is whoever has the green army doesn't start with any countries. And what happens in Alien Risk is that the green player every turn gets to put 3 armies anywhere they want on the board because you're an alien invader.
Okay.
So when people have a lot of stuff and are like guarding their things, is like you'll never get anywhere. But as the game progresses and people start pushing out their, as you know, in Risk, you leave one guy on every country and your borders out. Well, all of a sudden, dropping 3 guys on the bottom of South America, when there aren't any large collection of armies within 15 countries of you, well, all of a sudden, this is pretty good for you because it's going to be quite a while before anybody can come back and deal with you. This is Alien Risk, right? So every turn and then eventually you can, if things go right, you can become quite powerful. That's what he's suggesting. Hey, all of the life has been wiped out. These cosmic dump trucks are showing up. Well, gosh darn it, 95% of life on Earth just died. We got all kinds of openings here for, reptiles, fishes, all the new Riz that's
so if we go to the latest extinction event, which I think they kind of say that rodents were the big winner. Rodent-like creatures mammals were the big winner. Are you saying that they've been dropping off a shipment of rodents every year for billions of years, and it just so happens, well, okay, we dropped off 10 rats, but it wasn't their time. Until finally, this last shipment,
if you dropped off 10
rats,
or you dropped off 50,000 rats in the middle of the Jurassic,
right?
It's like ain't gonna do so good.
No foothold.
Dinosaurs pretty much got this on lock,
right?
But guess what? If all of the dinosaurs are dead because the Mexican meteorite hit,
and rats is the wrong thing. It would have been like shrews or grub, those kind of things.
Whatever. Rudimentary rodents.
Yep.
It's like all of a sudden, well, hey, now all of a sudden, well,
but whoever runs this dump truck, that's a little cruel to every year for billions of years dropping off things that aren't going to take.
Yeah, well, you know what, Paul? Bureaucracy is bureaucracy. This is just, I got a contract, drop off.
Look, I got a shipment of rodents here. Who's going to sign for this?
Yeah.
I don't get paid till somebody signs for this.
I don't got time to hear about your velociraptors or whatever you got going on. Rats are getting dropped off in the middle.
I'm not in charge of what you do with them. You do what you want with them. I don't care.
Yeah.
I just need you to sign.
Yeah. We're both terrible at Jersey accents, but we're
whatever. It's my little character now. We're doing sketches.
Yeah, this is just
punctuated equilibrium does, and it's really not
I also
believable
like
when you look at
fleshed out an entire. He has presented none of these arguments.
No,
we're just we're.
But it seems in line. It seems to be what he's arguing.
Yeah, I just like Pye, and I want this. I want him to be right.
Yep, Lloyd Pye.
Lloyd Pye. What's your favorite pie, Paul?
Pumpkin.
Oh,
More for me.
Mm-hmm.
More for
I mean, I
you,
like your
whatever.
pumpkin pie.
More for you,
Pumpkin
whatever you're
pie.
having, your peach cobbler or whatever you're having over there.
Key lime.
Key lime. Oh,
That's
flapper.
that's my number one. Flapper is very good. I love a good flapper pie. Love a good flapper. I have to take one whenever I go visit mutual friends of ours.
I know that's why I thought about it, because our mutual friend had a birthday, and
Yeah.
I heard that you got
And
them.
I won't be bringing any with me because I'm coming from whatever. It's the whole thing.
Pizza pie is pretty good, sure,
Oh,
but I don't call it. No one calls it pizza pie.
No.
Very closely.
Oh, what is flapper pie? Well, let me educate you. So flapper pie is a custard pie, but it's a vanilla custard. So it's kind of like banana cream, but it's a vanilla custard pie. As far as I know, it's very much a Western Canadian thing. I do not know the origins of it. I've never seen it anywhere else on Earth. It's a very specific pie to Western Canada. And it's kind of a vanilla custard with a whipped cream or meringue top. Paul, your thoughts?
It's a pretty good description.
Yeah.
Pretty good description. My thought went to, is there any mainstream pie that I dislike?
Okay.
And I don't think I don't think there. I think I enjoy all mainstream pies.
Yeah. I've never had a pie that I didn't like.
I'm guessing someone could invent a pie. Like, I don't like quiche.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you could personally make a pie. You know, if you want, like, if you were setting out, like, well, here's a dill pickle and
sure,
and
cherry,
cherry.
yeah,
right.
Yeah.
But of all the actual like legitimate pies, savory or sweet, I've never had one, and I like steak and kidney pie. I like tortilla.
We both like a good shepherd's pie. Yeah,
I love shepherd's pie.
But I would so quiche. I don't enjoy the quiche.
But quiche isn't really a pie. It kind of is, I guess.
Well,
I don't
if someone's gonna try and call that a pie, then I'm gonna say no.
But also quiche can be so many things. Like,
sure.
It depends.
Well, let's just set that aside and say it's not a pie, and then I can say I like all pies.
Yeah, but I would say a quiche is not a pie. So, anyways, what's this guy talking about? Evolution or some shit?
What would be your best guess? Do you have one?
No, it's the old thing about the more you know you don't know. And the more I study it and the more I look at it, the more baffled and confused I am. It looks to me, if I just give a guess, if I just throw this out, it looks to me as if maybe we are being managed like a giant aquarium. Just given the facts as I see them and as I read them, that's how it looks. And I mean, that goes all the way back, which really kind of sends a chill up your spine, given what we're going to talk about later vis-a-vis how we came to be here.
The missing link.
If you forget all what we've just talked about, the beginnings of life and all that, and you move into humanity, how did we get here? Let's talk about that. What we're told by anthropologists is that we developed from a series of creatures that lived on Earth that are called prehumans. That's what they call them. There are two fundamental kinds. There are the Australopithecines, and then there are the early Homos. Now, Homo in scientific terms.
Oh, Erica, when Erica would be screaming, Guts Gibbon would be just
the early Homos.
You see what the scientists call those prehumans, which is like no.
Yeah. I was even willing to kind of set him as like prehuman. I'm like, okay.
I know, but then he was like, but the two kinds are Homos.
I was willing to let him go. Like, for that point, I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah, because I'm hoping we get to Bigfoot and Yeti here.
Yeah. Like, there are definitely prehumans,
of course.
You wouldn't, but it's like, okay. I'm okay conceding this for the point of, debate, argument, whatever you like.
Sure, for the sake of the argument, that's right.
Sure, whatever. I'll concede this point because this isn't really the point of.
Yeah, no, but
prehumans, great, good. There were prehuman primates of some kind. Cool.
Oh, he's not even calling them primates, but
yeah. And And then yeah,
means man. So that explains why they're trying to signify that we're becoming more men. The Australopithecines start at around 4 million years ago, and that starts with Australopithecine afarensis, which is the kind that Lucy, we all have heard about Lucy in the Sky with Diamonds, also found by Donald Johanson in the Afar region of Ethiopia in 1974. So that group, and then there's Australopithecus africanus, and then there's Robustus, and there's Boise. There are two fundamental divisions there. Africanus and afarensis are fundamentally upright walking chimpanzees. Their heads are basically chimpanzees. Robustus and Boise are upright walking gorillas. They have the wider faces, the longer faces. They have sagittal crests on the top of their heads. That's that ridge of bone that gorillas have. They hold their big chewing muscles. So you have upright, at 4 million years ago, you have two sets of creatures, the upright walking chimps, the upright walking gorillas. But we know they were upright walking because
this
we
is
have
where
Lucy's.
I need, you or somebody.
So
we're outside of my area of expertise.
So like it depends on how you want to parse it. Like so absolutely there were some species that were ape-like descendants that walked more upright than others. Like so if that's the claim, sure.
Yes. Yeah.
But it seems like he's trying to say more, but using like such slippery language.
It's always the awkward thing, and I find this in many disciplines, not necessarily, but where because this guy has a bachelor of psychology, right? Like,
right.
He is not a biologist. He is not a paleontologist. He's not in anything academic that relates to this. So he's using slippery language. He's using language that a layman would use.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the problem is he's getting into fields where it's like, no, this is where scholars debate. And
sure,
being specific matters. And I have this in my own head oftentimes with grammar or English. So I have this is my scholastic career is in English literature, in the nuances of language. And oftentimes I'll be like this, what you're saying is not correct, but it's not wrong if that's it's like if you're in a debate about Gary Habermas, like what an average churchgoer would say versus what a biblical scholar.
Oh right, yeah.
Right?
And you kind of
they're
give
two very different things. Where somebody
give the average person some grace, right?
Yeah, and they're just like this, because they're like they don't care. They're not getting like super granular. Like, well, this specifically means this, and it's like a covenant versus a contract or pact. It's
versus
like
a promise. Sure, yeah. It's
there's very specific
fine.
definition. To average human being on the earth, they're just like, what the fuck are you even talking about? Like, I'm saying this is true. You're just like, yeah. Okay, fine. Like that's like we were saying before. I'm willing to concede. Sure, whatever. The first singular cellular life on Earth came from an asteroid, came from space, came from something, whatever. It doesn't actually matter, because whether it evolved naturally on Earth or came from space in some way, whether introduced by an intelligent life or whatever, it's like, as long as we both acknowledge that like the very first life on Earth was the single cell, very simple prokaryote, like everything that happened after that, okay, fine. Like we both agree on 98% of the evolutionary track. So I'm willing to concede to you the first 2% because it doesn't actually matter. It doesn't actually apply to any point that I'm making about intelligent design. Sure, this came from an asteroid that came from Alpha Centauri. Who the fuck cares? It does not matter. And I feel like he's kind of getting into the weeds on that.
Yeah.
sort of stuff, right? Where he's like, this and this and this, like, okay, cool, great, whatever. Sure, I'll grant you everything you say. What actual impact does that have on my life or anything? And for the love of God, please explain to me why Bigfoot is real.
Yeah,
Because
that's what
of
I'm hoping for.
what you're talking
The
about.
I mean, so the complaint I would have at this point is he's speaking about things as if they are binary, and that is
Yeah.
like they're upright walking or they're on all four walking, and it's
Right.
like that would be like no biologists like don't have like hard categories like that, and also so that's where he's like, well, you're not wrong that some walked upright and some didn't, but we also don't like that's not a binary category, so
Yeah.
we'll see where he goes.
Pelvis, we have her hip bone, we have her knee joint, all of which are very human. And at 3.5 million years ago, we have the tracks left at the ashfall at Laetoli in Tanzania of the two hominids walking across this ashfall. Volcano had laid out a layer of ash. They walked across it. It looks like a male and a female, a larger set and a smaller set, walking side by side, and then more ashes came out of the volcano, covered those, and miraculously Mary Leakey and her team found them in 1978. So we know at 3.5 million years ago, fully upright. Lucy is at 3.2, fully upright. So the creature that we supposedly evolved from becomes upright at some point in time between 8 million years and 5 million years ago. That's what we're taught, that there is a branching between a true ape-like creature that is our common ancestor, and part of the branch goes off and becomes gorillas and chimpanzees and orangutans and baboons, and the other branch is us. And the first twig on that branch is the Australopithecus afarensis Lucy group. But they don't look human. They're
Yeah, no, that wouldn't be the first. Like again, kind of like,
Yeah.
well, that wouldn't be. That's not where the branch would be, and that's not necessarily. And maybe like I don't know. In '97,
Yeah,
like
this is
was
tough
that
because
considered
it's
the
like you
first?
know absolutely more than I do.
Yeah,
And
but
even I'm kind of like, I'm not sure that's right.
yeah,
That's
but it
why
make.
like
But
having
he's also not
Ethnic
like
Gibbon or somebody like this would be where it's like having an
right.
actual expert in this field on to be like, no,
But in the
no,
context of this conversation, like in a way, this is the most right he's been about things. So it's also like, well, I don't know what to say.
yeah, but yes, okay, you make a point where it's like in the terms of like a layman conversation, it's like okay, whatever.
Yeah, right. Like so, that's where it's
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
very
But even
disturbing
then,
concept.
it's like, it's 3 to 5 million years somewhere. It's like, well, that's pretty. Like a couple million years is even in evolutionary terms. Like that's pretty. You
But
can have a lot of different shit in
but
a million
there is
years.
debate about where some of these splits happen because it's
Mhm.
like a million, give or take a million, isn't when we're
Right.
talking about the margin of errors on some of these things. Then where certain splits happen, but sometimes does have that kind of wide range.
They have much more robust bones than we have. They have heads that, again, looks like chimps. Their arms are much longer than ours and hang down around their knee. Now, at around 2 million years ago, and these are very general terms, but at around, we go from 4 million years, for 2 million years, let's say the Australopithecines dominate, and then we begin to appear the homos. You have Homo habilis, Homo erectus, Homo archaic, Homo neanderthalensis, which is Neanderthal man, and then you have Cro-Magnon man, basically modern man, appearing at 120,000 years ago. So you have these four homos, habilis, erectus, archaic, and Neanderthal, and then suddenly, whammo, at 120,000 years ago, you have something, us, that looks absolutely nothing like them. You have a really...
No, that's the
That's not
because
true.
because they well and so in '97 they may not have known this, but there's absolutely was crossbreeding between Neanderthals and
Mhm.
what we would consider modern humans. We like they there's DNA of in this section, so they can absolutely run tests and know that there was crossbreeding happening. So they weren't like it wasn't like a total category like they anyway.
nice sequence, in fact, from the Australopithecines into the homos. You see their brains growing, but everything looks fundamentally the same on them, except their brains are growing bigger. Microevolution.
Some of the other hominids had bigger brains than humans do, than we modern humans do. That's
Oh, really? I was not familiar with that.
Yeah, but that's where like brain size, while is a predictor of how smart something is not like the only factor.
No.
Yeah.
Well, would it be to scooch back and different? One of the are you familiar with the Great Filter, Paul?
I'm not. Is this coffee related?
It is not. The Great Filter is a answer to Fermi's paradox, which I assume you're familiar with Fermi's paradox.
Remind me, because
Fermi's paradox is the
I've
idea.
been doing this for a while.
Yeah, it's very late. We're very drunk. That there is, X number of stars. This percentage of stars have habitable planets.
Oh yeah, sure. Okay, yeah. Like the
There
Drake equation stuff.
There should be some percentage of intelligent life in the galaxy. We should be seeing radio signals or something from some of them. We're seeing nothing. Why is that? That's the Fermi paradox. Fermi being, I believe he actually invented the first nuclear reactor, whatever. Doesn't matter. The point is, there's this many stars, blah, blah, blah. Why can't we see a radio signal, a clearly intelligent design? This is SETI, right? Like, why do we see nothing? So one of the proposed thought experiment solutions is that there are what there are essentially called great filters, that there are multiple planets with life, but for some reason, our planet is special. There's some kind of filter, something that stops life from developing into what a society's equivalent to ours, that would be technologically advanced, is building spaceships, is building satellites, is beaming radio signals into space. And one of those proposed filters is that the size of brain that we have is actually, from an evolutionary standpoint, at the early phases, a huge detriment, because it takes in a tremendous amount of calories and effort, but at the very first stages doesn't actually provide, like, it takes a while before people develop tools, standing upright, are doing effective problem solvings. Like, this calorie intensive brain existed before it was providing benefits by hundreds of thousands of years.
Okay.
So they're like, you're actually better off, as you said, being a shark, where you're like, the shark has existed for millions of years, because it's like, yeah, this, from an evolutionary standpoint, this is great.
Mm-hmm.
Sharks pretty much got it nailed. Or a bacteria or something like that. Like, this is the thing that works. So to devote a whole lot of calories and energy and resources to this big sack of meat that just takes energy and doesn't provide a whole lot of benefit when it first shows up.
Right.
It provides a lot of benefit 50,000 years down the road, when we have pointy sticks and wheels and all kinds of cool shit, new domesticated dogs. That's great from an evolutionary standpoint. We're the shit. We are beating everybody. But when it first shows up, it's like, there's a lot of food energy going to this, and you're not getting a whole lot out of it. Why? For whatever reason, we carried on, and it's very easy to understand a universe where this happened, but turns out this is just not good, and evolutionarily it didn't work out, and sharks won. And they just ate everybody that had a big brain, and a whole lot of food energy was going into supporting this brain before it got to the point of tools, blah, 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 blah. So that's one of the great filters. The idea is there's like a number of great filters. Mitochondria is another big one, right? Where they're just like, maybe whatever happened mitochondrially didn't happen on most planets. So most planets that have evolved life never get beyond the single cell phase, because whatever happened on Earth to make mitochondria, incorporate with life and make multicellular life possible, didn't happen. Like, it's a weird fluke happenstance. It just happened to happen on this planet, didn't happen on other planets. So other planets have never gone beyond. This is the great filter, right? There's some kind of wall that for some crazy fluke reason Earth got past and hasn't happened anywhere else in the galaxy. And that's why we can't hear Art Bell Coast to Coast AM from anywhere else in space, because statistically we should be hearing Art Bell from
So if
somewhere.
I can try and, if I'm
Yeah.
trying to active listen you here on, like, so
Yeah.
I think, so what you're saying was that the cost benefit of a big brain,
Right.
there's the resource allocation, I guess. The resource allocation
Yes.
towards a big brain doesn't typically happen, because
In the short term,
in the
it
short
is a
term,
very bad
right,
investment.
it's a detriment. It's a
Detriment. You
Right.
have to, and this is absolutely biologically true, that like our brains absorb an absolutely monstrous amount of calories and blood and oxygen and all these things. And in the very short term of evolution, before we domesticated dogs, before we figured out pointy sticks, before we figured out how to set up traps for hunting and all these things, like, this brain is actually bad. We have to eat more, sleep more,
Yeah.
rest more to support this brain that we have, versus a wolf, a shark,
Right.
a whatever, right? Like, it's not a good, long term, it's a fantastic evolutionary advantage. In the short term, it's a very bad evolutionary advantage. Yeah.
And of course, it also became problematic in terms of, like, just how the size of a birth canal.
Yeah. Yes. There's a whole bunch.
Was a whole, there's a whole bunch of problems there, and then how long our adults have to raise this thing, how long it's got to stay around.
That is an argument in a way for intelligent design, where it's like, why did this that is actually detrimental in the short term evolutionarily somehow become, live long enough that it could develop and the advantages could become known.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, let's see what Lloyd Pye wants to say.
Yes.
They're all fundamentally the same shape. Here's what it looks like. You've all seen the pictures, I'm sure, in National Geographic and elsewhere. They have no foreheads. Their foreheads slant back from their brow ridges. Their brow ridges are huge, thick, just like a gorilla or a chimp, huge brow ridges, large, round, night vision eyes. You get those large, round night vision eyes because you need more rods in your retinas, and so you're going to get those big, and those are, in fact, primate eyes.
All right, well, here's a good place to break it off.
Okay.
And we will resume after the top of the hour. So we'll take a rest. Lloyd Pye is my guest, and he's telling us, I think, how we got here.
This is Coast to Coast AM with Art Bell.
It is, and here I am. Lloyd Pye is my guest. And boy, it's going to be interesting when we get phone lines open. Lloyd says, look at creationism. And it just can't be. Not as described anyway in the Bible, and as many people of the Bible would believe it. Look at a creation, and there's holes. Giant, gaping, impossible holes. But then look at Darwinism. Look at the process of evolution. And there are equally large, impossible holes. And he has come up with a theory that we're about to hear about regarding how we all arrived
Mel's
here.
hole, you might even say.
How it all came to be. And
Mel had the most impossible hole of all.
Man, I missed Mel's hole.
His theory.
Sorry, my YouTube studio glitched out
Uh-oh.
here. I'm hoping that let me know in the chat if we're still there. I think so.
I want to make it clear, David Shaw, with others, I don't personally subscribe to this great filter, the theory of the human brain being a detriment. I feel it's more like we said, it's like, it's not like you had a chimpanzee and suddenly you had a fully formed human brain. Like there's multiple iterations in between, right? And it's like there were probably advantages to larger brains, small, like problem solving, thread analysis.
Right. That's the way I took it. I took it that you were saying this is a hypothesis that has been put forth.
The suggested hypothesis,
Yeah.
one of the suggested great filters, that it's like Earth is weird, humans are weird and unusual in that this is a potential explanation. Yeah. Sorry. Anyways.
Cool. And it also seems like we're still streaming, so that's good news.
We're still streaming. Good stuff.
Suggests that there were kind of at various points.
So what I was going to check was, so we are they're in a commercial break there.
Yes. Oh, Melody Kate showed up. Hello, Melody.
I'm assuming you're still good to go for a bit.
Oh my goodness, Paul! Like I said, I've got so much in me.
So then
you let me know how much.
Yeah, I think I'll fade before you, but that's fine. I'm good for now.
Okay.
The question then becomes: do we continue to listen?
Yeah.
Or do we try to find callers?
I feel like we kind of know everything this guy's going to say. Should we try to find some callers?
Yeah, like that might be fun.
You tell me what do you feel?
I think I feel like after Cosmic Dump Trucks, like I think that's the last he's gonna.
Cosmic Dump Trucks just made, and I still think that's a good T-shirt you should sell.
Yeah, I would love to. I'd be curious to see how callers interact with this guy. So I'm gonna jump ahead a little bit.
I'm just YT, like where's
that's true. Where's the Bigfoot?
We've just like completely forgotten about Bigfoot. It's
should we listen a little bit more here to see if he talks about Bigfoot or
maybe let's see if he has a
sand was very hard and she sank an inch, and they had people come right beside her that weighed 200 pounds and they sank about a quarter of an inch, so we know she weighed between 600 and 800 pounds. But Patterson himself knew what he had, and he went.
Okay, that may actually be it.
Pounds? What?
The hominoids are the upright walking indigenous primates that I told you we talked about earlier.
But you might refresh their memories.
Around the world, there are 4 fundamental types of creatures.
We got to it.
Called hominoids. There is Bigfoot, Sasquatch. There's the abominable snowman, Yeti. There's another kind called almas, and then there's a 4th kind which we didn't describe before, but they're called agave. They are pygmy size. They're about 4 feet tall, weigh about 200 pounds, and they live in the jungles of the world.
4 feet tall and weigh 200 pounds?
That's a chunk.
That's a chunk. That's Lordy coming. Oh my goodness. That's a thick boy. Yeah. We got super chats, Paul.
We do. We have a $20 super chat from Melody Kate. Welcome to the stream, Melody. Happy holidays.
Happy holidays to you too, Melody.
Welcome here.
Because it's American. Is it this weekend? It's American Thanksgiving.
This weekend is this will be American Thanksgiving. We had our Thanksgiving. I've already had Christmas, so it's just weird life.
Yeah, Paul's family is weird, but.
All right, and
most of us in Canada, myself included, celebrate Christmas on Christmas. So I don't want you thinking whatever is going on over there, whatever weird thing he's got going. No, we celebrate Christmas December 25th, like
on Jesus's birthday.
Jesus' birthday, like good Christian boys and girls do.
That's right.
Because there's only There's only those two options, and they celebrate Christmas on the 25th. Yeah, as God intended. Yeah,
that's right. The Real Melly says we need to hear about Bigfoot's dump truck.
Oh, then I have a web novel I can show you. Should I pour another drink, Paul? How are you feeling?
Yeah, you probably should.
Okay, cool. Then I
Because
have to go
now we're actually hearing about Bigfoot.
Mhm.
So
Okay, I'll be right back. I have to go grab
oh,
something.
all right, then should I wait? I'll wait.
Yeah, whatever. Just play it. It's fine. I'm too drunk to remember what's going on.
I'm gonna back it up just a minute because I was jumping around trying to find callers when I found this. So we're gonna back it up just a tiny bit.
Out of that group, those two groups,
Right.
and we're out of the flow chart. What made those bones? What left those bones behind? How did they get here? And that's where the hominoids, which is part 3 of my book, comes in. The hominoids
Part
are
3 of his
the
book.
upright walking indigenous primates that I told you.
You might refresh their memories.
Around the world, there are 4 fundamental types of creatures that are called hominoids. There is Bigfoot, Sasquatch. There's the abominable snowman, Yeti. There's another kind called almas, and then there's a 4th kind which we didn't describe before, but they're called agave. They are pygmy size. They're about 4 feet tall, weigh about 200 pounds, and they live in the jungles of the world.
All right, here's where I've got to pin you to the wall and say, where is there any archaeological evidence of the existence of hominoids?
Art, normally Bigfoot enthusiast, Yeti enthusiast. He's a skeptic tonight. Wow.
The archaeological evidence, Art, is their bones that we are told are our ancestors, which are in fact their ancestors. When people describe them, when people describe them down to a T, they describe the bones of the pre-human fossil record. Whenever they see them, and there are hundreds of these sightings, thousands of these sightings on record from around the world, literally around every continent except Antarctica. They are out there, and people see them, and they describe them, and they describe them the same wherever they see them.
Okay, but there's not.
They're not no, they're not describing. There's all kinds of all over the map in terms of what, like Sasquatch. If you're talking about, even Lloyd at the start said, well, it's somewhere between 7 and 10 feet. Well, that's not describing it exactly the same every time. That's if you have ranges of. That's a pretty big range. I'm not saying that Bigfoot can't be, that species can't range from 7 to 10 feet tall. I'm just saying that's not the identical. It's not identical experiences. So you're just saying something that looks like humans. If you're driving a Bigfoot, like you can't. How do you map that onto? Well, they described the bone structure exactly. It's crazy.
Not one that's been captured.
Wrong. They have been captured. Okay. They have been killed. They have been enslaved.
You didn't listen to your own show, Art? Bugs killed one. They've been captured and enslaved? We have Sasquatch slave markets somewhere? Neat.
There's a lot of records of that, okay? For example,
there's a lot of records of the Yeti slave trade.
We have the famous Roger Patterson film of 1967, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Roger Patterson took that film, and that film has probably been looked at maybe second only to the Kennedy assassination film.
I assume everyone knows the Patterson Bigfoot. You'll know it when you see it. It's this one. That's the famous, the famous little film that that got everyone excited about the Bigfoot.
The guy, the Bigfoot walking past a creek.
Yeah, so this is apparently part of his in his arsenal of evidence. Okay. That there's a Yeti slave trade. Did you hear about that?
No. Okay, I missed that. Oh, so wow. Okay.
He said. Yeah. So Arch says, "How come we've never found one? How come no one's ever captured one?" And he said, and he laughed. Pye did. He laughed and said, "Oh, Art, we found lots of them."
Mm-hmm.
And
Okay.
he said, and we've killed some. To which I said, well, yeah, that we on the show they killed one. We know that.
They're
And
bugs.
then he said, and there's this, and they're used as slaves. He said.
Wow. Okay. Yeah, that's a
So
bold claim. Yeah.
and he said, and this is well documented. So there's somewhere there's a well
Well,
documented
well documented.
the
Okay.
Yeti slave trade.
Mhm.
Hopefully there's been a Yeti underground where they've been able to get free.
I'm excited to see this documentation.
Yeah. The Abraham Lincoln of the Sasquatch.
Yes. I
Free
also
this-
so I've got drinks and I just got cheese and crackers. And I'm just
Oh,
gonna,
yum.
what are we
It's
gonna
not as
do?
good as a pretzel, but it'll do.
Oh my god, a pretzel, like a real soft Bavarian pretzel with beer cheese sauce. Oh my god. It would be so good right now. So good.
So I sent you at one point. I'm not gonna be able to put it up on my computer, so I'm just gonna bring it up here. So I sent you this picture of a pizza, and you can see there's a human person like up here compared to the size of that pizza. This is like a
Yeah,
pizza. It's like a 4 foot diameter pizza
massive.
that someone in my circle ordered for I don't know what sanity reasons, and I sent it to you,
Yeah.
thinking you might be impressed,
Mhm.
and you just said, "Oh, that's a good choice."
It is a good choice. It's a good choice.
I'm like, how often is Dave ordering 4 foot pizzas?
Look,
That he's a connoisseur and knows the various places to get a 4 foot pizza.
look, let's not get into the weeds here. The point is, that's a good choice when you've had 8 or 9 drinks.
Yeah.
Let's get that 4-foot pizza. That's a
Yeah.
good pizza. That's a good choice.
Anyway, I just laughed and laughed because I thought you were gonna be like, "Wow!"
I'm just like, oh fuck yeah, that pizza looks good. Yeah. Couldn't afford the big one, eh?
We didn't. It's not. It's the second biggest one they have. It is not the biggest one they have. Yeah.
Oh,
Anyway,
but
that just you made me laugh that night. I was like, but anyway, now I wish I had some of that pizza because that would be good.
oh my, it's so good. Some Vern's pizza right now.
Over, I was
There's
I
a
was
thing
not.
called Regina style pizza, by the way. Were you aware of that? Like in international pizza
Oh, I didn't
circle.
know that.
So Vern's is a perfect. So Regina style pizza, Houston pizza, Vern's pizza, basically like this thick of just shitty cold cuts.
Yeah, like it's not deep
And a bunch
dish.
of cheese on
It's
top.
normal pizza, but with that much meat.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
not good meat.
Not good meat.
That's
No.
important. Like cheap
Yeah.
meat.
Yeah.
And then cheap cheese. Like everything about it's cheap. And it's one of the best things to eat when you're drunk.
It is
Yeah.
something. Yeah.
Vern's double. Oh,
Oh. Mm.
just yeah. Hey,
If I
so
was
big
it-
one, eh?
Yeah. So Timothy Harmon writes, if only
Yeah.
bugs had been able to see the Bigfoot's underlying bone structure. Yeah.
If only
So
he was too busy dodging the law.
so you also missed where he claimed that all Bigfoot sightings are 100% consistent in the way they describe the bone structure. And I'm like, a lot of these are just like, I saw some fur out of the corner of my eye. Like, there's no bone structure. Oh no, every single one been consistent.
Every single one.
Yeah.
Yep.
Nope.
And I bet you,
People trying
Paul,
to figure
Yes, Dave.
I betcha, which is a fun phrase to throw out, that anybody who doesn't agree with that hasn't really seen Bigfoot. Just a fun, easy
Yeah,
way.
just a fun
to,
fact. Yeah. The bone structure you're describing is different.
you
And
haven't seen
then you saw something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, debate's
It's
so
the-
easy.
It's the no true Bigfoot fallacy.
Mhm. Yeah.
out how did he fake it or is it real?
But it's only a film though.
Well, it's a film, but here are the things that you see in that film. You see a creature whose shoulder muscles and thigh muscles, the sun is shining in such a way that as she walks along and moves along, you can see her muscles rippling under her skin. Now, a person in a suit, you can't glue the suit on a person's skin and get that effect. The only way you get that effect is if it is, in fact, skin attached to muscle in a living, natural way. What you also see is an arm, a very long, unnatural.
I'm not sure. These don't even really picture it, describe. These are not. There's not enough meat on it.
This channel has just become. We're going to talk about Regina style pizza now. Yeah.
So
it's okay. Let me.
I mean, it's not disanalogous, but it's like, well, it's not
You know
even enough.
So amongst the people I know, so Paul no longer
This
lives
one's
in this
one's
province.
pretty good.
I
This
still
one's
live in this province. In the province, this is a like nobody who lives here thinks this is good. Like this is a derogatory term, but we all still. Oh yeah, we absolutely fucking have had this.
Oh sure,
Like,
yeah,
and it's like if you haven't had a Verns or Houston style pizza, it's hard to describe. It's not a joke. There's a distinct Regina style, Saskatchewan style pizza that is not like a pizza I've had anywhere else.
Yeah, there we go. That's the one.
That's the thing. Just a stupid amount of cheap cold cuts. Just kind of cheese burnt cheese on top.
I also need you to see the grease on this paper.
Yes.
Because the amount of grease that is left behind.
So much. Square cut, not
always square cut.
Always square cut. Yeah. Like that pizza is probably 2 inches thick. People, it's hard to see.
It's hard to see the scale there, but yeah,
it's insane how much cheap meat is on this pizza and cheese, and it's so good,
so good.
Really long arm swinging down around her knees.
Paul's not even like Paul wasn't through university. So like now we know what you know, Paul. Like imagine how good that pizza is when you're just like hammered drunk.
I have never had one with I've never. There was a 20-year gap between my last Verns pizza and my first drop of alcohol. So
but you know, like
I get what you're saying. I'm nodding in absolute affirmation.
Imagine how good that pizza is when you're just like I'm crawling on all fours drunk. And then somebody puts a piece of Verns double in front of you, and you're just like, this is ambrosia. This is manna from heaven. There's literally nothing on God's green earth that could be better in my mouth right now than this stack of meat and cheese and kind of okay tomato sauce.
Yeah. So the question was, is it expensive? I remember it being just very slightly more expensive. It was slightly more expensive than
the normal pizza, but like you could get so
but it was not like luxury eating, like it was college age.
It was called like you could get a slice of that pizza, which would be a full meal, even as a 22-year-old male. This fills me up.
Yeah.
For like
that's right. It was a bargain because one piece was like two pieces was like a mistake. If you got two pieces, that meant you're saving it for later.
Yeah. And it's way cheaper than Costco pizza. Way cheaper.
Oh yeah. This is a great comment. I love it. This is very true. It's a transitional form between pizza and casserole. You're not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. From Pega Jace, the blind pretzel maker.
It's in between New York pizza and like Chicago deep dish. It's something in between those two things.
What's New Yorky about it?
Well, in between, like New York was like traditional pizza with cheese on top.
Oh, well, okay. I would say New York isn't traditional, but okay.
Okay.
Fair enough.
But
I get what you're saying.
So
joint that
We're talking about
articulates fully.
Bigfoot. Who the fuck cares about that? Let's talk about pizza some more. Anyways,
He walks,
Bigfoot.
but in a way that no possibility of a human in a suit articulating an elbow in that way. What you also see is breasts as she turns that sway perfectly naturally. If it was a person in a suit, it would look like docility.
What?
Wait,
What?
has someone been doing breast analysis of the Bigfoot?
Breasts sway naturally. What?
We were talking about Rule 34 or whatever it is before. All right, he's talking about that the footage of Bigfoot, right?
I know what he's talking about. I'm just like, I've seen it.
I know.
Literally thousands of times. That particular footage he's showing, I can't say breasts swaying has ever been anything that in any way.
Well, you you are just, not looking at the Bigfoot's breasts enough, Dave.
I guess.
Yeah. You're a Bigfoot ass man. That's what I've learned today.
What's Cleveland style pizza? Paul, do you even know?
I don't know. No,
I don't know.
I've not
I know
been to
Detroit.
Cleveland.
I know Chicago. I know New York. I don't know what Cleveland style pizza is like. I'm love to try it as a connoisseur of pizzas. Is this Google? You've Googled Cleveland style pizza?
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of just looks like pizza.
Yeah, it kind of just looks like sausage pizza at this point.
I mean, I like a pizza, but
what is Cleveland?
I would love M76.
So it's a sharper. It says a sharper cheese. Oh, it's a provolone instead of.
Ooh, okay. That is a difference. Get the provolone on there. Yes.
A zesty red sauce packed with garlic and herbs, and and the crust somewhere between deep dish and New York style. Okay, fair enough.
Jobs as she turns. It had an unnatural look. More importantly, she left a track that sunk an inch into very hard packed sand of a creek bed. The sand was very hard, and she sank an inch. And they had people come right beside her that weighed 200 pounds, and they sank about a quarter of an inch. So we know she weighed between 600 and 800 pounds. But Patterson himself knew what he had, and he went right out of the woods.
Rosina sent a super chat. Thank you, or a member chat.
Yes.
Big
18 months, Paul. Rosina's been a member for 18 months.
18 months. Wow.
I haven't even been here for a year and a half. Maybe I have.
A year and a half. That's like 7 shows.
Yeah, sure is.
Bigfoot plus Rule 34 on AO3. Is that what that is? AO3? I don't know what that is. What's AO3?
Age of Apocalypse 3. I'm just making Apocalypse isn't spelled with an O.
Is this
I don't know what AO3 is.
Oh, I was gonna say maybe I shouldn't have Googled that. Oh, good. I'm not.
Rosina, you have to. Paul and I are both very old white men. Please.
Archive of our own. I don't know what that is. Safety guide. Oh well, okay, all right, whatever. A popular non-profit fan-created fan repository for. Oh, it's fan fiction. Okay, gotcha. It's a fan fiction repository, and there definitely would be Bigfoot erotica. I'm sure.
Table for 2.
Yeah.
What was the Oak and Desire? Is that what it was? The coffee table erotic web novel thing you were writing? That's still my single favorite segment from this entire show. Yeah.
He called every zoo, every museum, every university, begging them to send experts out with tracking dogs. Nobody would go. But if you're faking a hominoid sighting, the last thing you're going to ask for is dogs, because dogs, these creatures have very powerful odors, and dogs shy away from them, even tracking dogs. Whereas if it's a person in a suit, they'll get right on it. When it's a fake scene scenario, they'll always say they can't quite remember where they were. They won't tell anybody where it was. Patterson didn't do that. He did all.
Or you may have committed a murder and you don't really want people to get it. If it's 50-50, maybe I shot a Bigfoot, maybe I shot a human.
Maybe I shot a transient worker.
So maybe let's not call the cops and tell them where that is.
All the right things, but he just couldn't get anybody to go out there and take a look at it. So that, in every way, I think, measures up to the test of reality. There was the famous Minnesota Iceman, which was carried around in an ice tomb for about a dozen years by the man who killed it, named Frank Hansen. Now, I saw that when I was a young man with perfect eyes, and I believe it was real. Ivan Sanderson, a very famous zoologist of the 50s and 60s, who wrote numerous books about cryptozoology, got 3 days to study it up very, very close and personal. And he wrote a long, detailed analysis of it in very technical terms, much of which I quote in the book. And anybody that can read that and think Sanderson didn't know what he was seeing and didn't know what he was talking about, it baffles me that people can read this and say, oh, well, this guy didn't, this was just a rubber and wax dummy. It wasn't a rubber and wax dummy. That was a dead, living thing laying there. It had the blood.
How can you look at this thing? How can you look at this thing, Dave?
Young man, he saw it. I was Googling it too. He saw it as a young man, and he knows.
How can you say, how can anyone say this is a rubber dummy when look how vibrant and lifelike it is?
I don't understand how anybody who watched Caravan of Courage could think that these weren't living, breathing, feeling creatures. I saw it when I was 6, and I know this.
That's right.
Actually, it was quite a bit later. When that movie come out, the point is
85, 86, somewhere in there.
Yeah, okay. So, whatever. The point is, I know that was real. I could feel it. I saw it.
With the eyes of a young man.
With the eyes of a young man, and anybody. It doesn't matter the fact that this exhibit was actually auctioned off later in time. And it was mostly made of rubber. This is real. I saw it as a young man, and I know it.
This guy couldn't go around for 10 years with something fake.
Anyway, let's get back to Bigfoot's boobs and how they're swaying. I feel like we need to talk more about that.
I'm just saying, no implants. I'm just saying those were not implants. They were real, and they're spectacular.
That's natural. Yeah, and they're fantastic.
Streaming out of its wounds, blood and plasma up to the top of the ice. You see hair all in its skin that was just perfect. I mean, there's just no way. And you read the report and you know.
Okay, you're saying these are our ancestors.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying those left the bone.
Aren't you ignorant?
You ignorant sluts.
These are our ancestors.
So I asked you what were our ancestors. You went on a 5-minute tirade about the Yeti slave trade.
Yeah, and the Minnesota Iceman.
And the Minnesota Iceman.
I'm like, these are ancestors.
And did that answer my question that I was asking?
No. You secular boob. You ignoramus. You moron.
Timothy Harmon.
Yay, Timothy.
The Minnesota Iceman is a sideshow exhibit, an elaborate hoax that depicts a fake man-like creature frozen in a block of ice. Says you. Says you.
It's a very cynical.
Did you ever see it with young eyes?
Yeah. Did you? Let me tell you what I saw with young eyes. I saw the never-ending story, and I saw Atreyu's horse drown in the swamp, and it scarred me forever. And that's real. That's the thing that happened. So
Exactly.
Minnesota Iceman, probably real. Also, hominids, whatever. Yes,
Mm.
they're also the weird Russian 4-foot one, totally real.
Maybe the Minnesota Iceman's a little bit like Tinkerbell. Like if you don't believe and clap, then you don't see it.
You don't see it.
Yeah.
Even though, as I mentioned, somebody literally bought it years later.
Well, they bought a replica.
They bought a replica, yes. The real Minnesota Iceman is locked in that warehouse with the Ark of the Covenant. You saw Indiana Jones, the documentary
That's right.
Indiana Jones, which showed the warehouse where an old man pushes the Ark in a box and just walks down a long aisle of things that are too real, Paul, too real to be released. Man, Dial of Destiny sucked. Any thoughts?
Yes, my thought is I've literally not seen it.
Oh, really? It's actually better than the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull.
Yeah,
I'll say that.
I've almost watched it 15 times.
Fair enough. It's worth watching. It's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. Yeah.
So yeah, but it hurt me. The number 4 hurt me, which is why I left Lucasfilm. So
Well, something like that, anyways.
Yeah.
Not Dial, that's
Pre-human.
the Crystal Skull.
No, Crystal Skull. I read Crystal Skull, and they wanted us to ramp things up, and I was literally like, I cannot do this again.
Yeah.
I'm done. I sat here and pretended Attack of the Clones was good. I sat here and pretended Revenge of the Sith was good. Now I'm gonna what? I'm gonna sit here.
Yeah. No, this is
Yeah.
No.
Fossil record that we are told are our ancestors. In other words, we're told by anthropologists these skeletons here are ours. And what I'm saying is those skeletons are the skeletons of dead hominoids because they match hominoids. They have the big, robust bones. They have the arms that go down to their knees. All those pre-human, understand, those pre-human skeletons, they all have arms that go down around their knees. And then suddenly, overnight, you get Cro-Magnons, much thinner bones, shortened arms, foreheads, flattened faces, small
Overnight.
noses, chin.
But what a night!
But what a night. Do. Oh, Cro-Magnon with the thinner bones.
We partied so hard that our arms shortened.
The party's so hard that I'm short and do. This is great. We should be getting this shit down.
Yeah.
Oh, what a night.
Fortunately, no one's recording this, so this will just be lost to time.
Yeah.
Well, hi everyone from 3099. Welcome to
long necks, everything different overnight at around 120,000 years ago in the fossil record. So what I'm saying is that the hominoids provide a perfectly plausible explanation for where the so-called pre-humans come from. And if I'm right, and if they do, and if they are in fact the living, indigenous, upright, walking creatures of planet Earth, we humans are left off the flow chart of our own fossil record. And if we are, and we don't appear until 100.
I mean, I would be willing to grant if there are the Bigfoot Yeti hominids, that they're from Earth.
Yeah.
Is he battling some group that thinks that only the no bacteria aren't from space, but Yeti is?
Yeah.
Is that a subgroup? Is that an interest group?
I feel like what he's positing is that the Yeti are terrestrial. It's the humans that are from space. We're the ones that are.
Oh, right, because he called them.
Yeah, they're terrestrial. They're the actual evolution of primate species, and we're some kind of weird.
Right,
Yeah.
they are he called them indigenous. They are Earth indigenous.
Yeah, we're not.
We are not. Fair enough.
Fuck those guys. There's a reason they're gone. Because we got
20,000
space
years ago, the question then becomes, where did we come from? And that's really the heart of the matter.
To which
To which I do have an answer. Absolutely. I believe that the Sumerians give us the answer of where.
Here we go. So now we got to tie it back into Zechariah Sitchin.
That's right.
I always love that. And Art's like, so what is the answer? It's like, well, there's an answer, which, is self-evident. ...
I feel like there's going to be Nephilim in here somewhere.
Oh, fuck, Paul. You have no idea how many Nephilim are about to show up. It's going to be Nephilim, like, just tip to taint.
We're going to be up
So many Nephilim. Yeah. Yeah.
We came from. Here I'm in
There's going to be a whole cosmic dump truck of Nephilim coming in.
So many. Yeah.
alignment with a man named Zechariah Sitchin, and we can talk about who the Sumerians are and why I believe that what they had to say and what Zechariah Sitchin has to say about them is in fact accurate. I think the evidence is overwhelming that the Sumerians knew what they were talking about, that they were very accurate when they described the process by which we came to be here. And not only that, I believe that they were accurate in describing how the solar system came to take the shape that it has. And I believe that they were accurate when they described how life came to be on Earth. They talked about all these things, amazingly so, between
The
4
Nuki.
and 6.
Yeah. Nephilim, Anukai, whatever, Planet X, Nibiru, whatever you want to say. Yeah.
Yep.
This is all...
It's all as
And the evidence, Paul, is overwhelming.
as
That's all
YT Hevro says in the chat there. Yeah, this would have been a good bingo night. Yep.
This would have been for like 4 bingo spaces. It actually would have kind of been a bad bingo night.
Oh, we didn't get a lot. There's no Egypt. There's no
ghosts, no aliens.
1,000 years ago in great detail and with great accuracy. And in many cases, they have made statements that have proven to be true by our own people only within, say, the last decade or two. It's really remarkable. The Sumerian story is, I think, one of the great unknowns of this era, and when more and more people come to know, and they are, I think, through the work of Zechariah Sitchin and Alan Alford and now myself, I think people are going to understand that what we're saying is in fact right, and what they've all been taught is, as my book says, everything you know is wrong. I believe that we're going to see that that's the case.
Who were the Sumerians?
The Sumerians were the first ancient culture that we have on the planet. You go from the Stone Age to the Sumerians at around 6,000 years ago, and they have over 100 of the firsts that we consider necessary to a high technology. They are, in fact, the highest of the ancient high civilizations, better than the Egyptians, better than the Greeks, better than the Romans. And they had the first of everything at an extremely high level.
Okay. He is not comparing apples that, like,
there's 100
I don't know
markers
what
for
the
tech.
Sumerians have to do with the Romans, and in any measurable way, the Sumerian civilization was not comparable to the Roman one, but also we're 5,000 to 7,000 years different. So, like, it's a stupid analogy. You can compare them to some of the Chinese or the fuck, I can't remember the name of it. The Indo River Valley, where sort of like India, North, whatever. The point is, yes, the Sumerians were kind of the first human civilization. That's true. That's absolutely true. I don't know why you would be like they were better than the Romans or the Chinese or whatever else. It's like, well, no, they were the first, but in any measurable way, they certainly couldn't compare to Rome in terms of technology or scientific understanding or economy and like no matter what metric you want to compare it on, Rome was superior to Samaria. But Samaria was fucking thousands of years before. Like, it's like saying, well, we have better healthcare in America than they had in Rome. It's like, yeah. What the fuck are you talking about? This has nothing to do with anything, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know what he's saying there. That's weird. That's a
That
weird
is weird.
point to make. Anyways, yes, Samaria was, for all intents and purposes, the first human civilization.
They were
Or,
amazing.
like the Fertile Crescent, right? Like what do you call it in Samaria or whatever, right? That part of the world, where Babylon, where like the two rivers that go, like, that is probably the cradle of civilization. That's where what we would consider human civilization first sprung up. There's other river civilizations that develop probably independently because they're far enough removed geographically that, like, it's unlikely that ideas spread from one to the other. It's just kind of one of those things where it's like the same ideas kind of show up. But for all intents and purposes, Samaria was the first one, or that region of the world, the Middle East, that region between Africa or Europe and Africa. You're talking about kind of like the Tigris Euphrates, that river valley is Iraq, Persia, whatever you want to call it, Iran. That is where human civilization very first, where people were like, hey, what if we planted crops? What if we stopped chasing herds of animals around and started like building houses and doing things? Like, that's where this very first happened. And writing and all of these things happened first there. By any historical measure, it seems like that is the place where people first got the idea that what if we all got together and made some rules and decided we could have some kind of society. This is the place where it kicked off.
Absolutely amazing. And we know as much about them, if not more, than we know about those other cultures. But we're not taught about the Sumerians in our schools, nor at the universities.
How much do we know about the degree of civilization that they reached?
We know a very great deal. They left behind hundreds of thousands of clay tablets describing in excruciating detail about how they lived, what they thought, what they did, how their business was conducted. We know an inordinate amount about them, but because they don't fit that Darwinian paradigm of simplicity leading to ever more complexity, how do you stand up in front of a class and say, well, class, here we go. The very best ancient culture was the first ancient culture right out of the Stone Age. So,
best by what measure?
Yeah. No measure. Literally no measure.
Yeah.
What makes them the best? Okay.
He gives no examples. Yeah.
No.
Just they had a lot of clay tablets, so they must have been the best. It's like, well,
They did have a lot of clay tablets. That is true.
Yeah.
We do know a lot of Sumerian culture because they didn't have, their only writing form was clay tablets, cuneiform. They would press shapes into clay tablets. And here's the thing. Here's a fun fact, Paul. Clay tablets last very well over, as opposed to papyrus or
skins or what. Yep.
Just about anything biological.
Yep.
So we have a lot more records for Sumeria than we have later civilizations, including just like receipts, like all kinds of shit. That's like, it gives us a very good idea of day-to-day life because we have the goddamn receipts of people buying things, moving things, going things, a shit ton of curse tablets, which are like, my wife cheated on me with blah, 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 and cursed them both. And like these things. So we have a very good idea of the day-to-day life because they wrote everything in goddamn clay tablets that stand up for thousands of years.
Exactly.
Yeah. But it's not better. Like they didn't have okay. Anyways, I'm getting angry. This guy's doesn't know what the hell he's talking about.
I feel like this is a good time for me to pitch, though. This book called "Learn to Read Ancient Sumerian" by Dr. Josh Bowen.
Dr. Josh.
Yeah, and Megan. So the only co-hosts we've ever had on Toast to Toast.
Yes, incredibly nice guy. Just a
Have-
genuinely good
that's right.
human being. Yeah.
Have written this book. Oh, actually, I guess it's a 2-volume book,
Ooh.
volume 1 and volume 2. So you can learn yourself to read ancient Sumerian and why that they are obviously the best civilization by all measures that have ever
Way
lived.
better than all the ones that came later.
Yeah. How do you
all that
explain it?
they did in China?
Yeah.
Garbage. Amateurs.
They had the internet.
Yeah. You heard of Plato? Aristotle?
Yeah. Morons.
Morons.
They-
Never gamble. When death is on the line. Yeah.
Every Sumerian had a fridge full of food.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's amazing.
A car, 2 cars in his garage. And,
Universal health care.
universal healthcare.
Yeah.
Had it all figured out.
They just
Jeez.
gloss over. You get very little about the Sumerians in school, and you get an awful lot about the Egyptians and the Greeks and the Romans. But what we should be being taught about is the Sumerians, but we can't be taught about them because what they had to say is so far off and so unacceptable to the Darwinian paradigm. They
It's
have
not.
to be just put on the shelf and kind of swept under the rug and hope nobody notices. Nobody wants to deal with the Sumerians because they don't fit our view of the world and particularly our view of ourselves.
Honestly,
Wait,
like
Paul.
let's say the Sumerians genetically
Yeah. Okay.
were the absolute peak of Homo sapiens.
Yeah.
Would that just and then all the humans since have been lesser genetically in some form,
In some way, by whatever metric you choose
right?
to
By
measure.
whatever metric, would that destroy evolutionary paradigm?
I don't know. And that, like, I wasn't taught much about Egypt or Rome.
No,
In
nothing virtually.
school. I certainly wasn't taught about Sumeria. He's not wrong there.
I didn't learn about I didn't hear anything about Sumeria
Right.
until university. But I also wasn't taught a whole lot of ancient history. Just generally didn't come up, right? Yeah, whatever. There's a lot that's just completely factually incorrect about what he's saying.
Indeed.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
technical were they?
Very technical.
Give me an idea.
Let's talk about their astronomy for a minute. They knew, for example, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto were out there. Not only did they know they were there, they knew what they looked like in the heavens. If you're out in the heavens looking at them, they knew what they looked like, and they wrote about it. We found Uranus in 1781 when our telescopes got good enough to see it. We found Neptune in 1846 when our telescopes got good enough to see it. We found Pluto in 1930. It's absolutely impossible that these people would know this, and yet they did. They kept time. They kept
I'm quite familiar with. Okay, whatever. Yeah, he's not wrong. Like, so this guy is clearly a student of Zecharia Sitchin,
Right.
where in a
Nostradamus way. So this is Zacharias.
That's what I was wondering. Is
Where it's
this
like
if you
people
squint?
Yeah, a phrase or a whatever from like a Sumerian myth and be like, well, this is clearly applying to like this and this and this. It's like you could, in hindsight, apply that to that, but almost for sure that isn't what they were. Like, you have to really do some work after the fact to be like, this is what this means. It's the
Is
okay.
this roughly the equivalent? So in Isaiah, it said that like God stretched the heavens, and so now people say, well, Isaiah knew about Big Bang cosmology.
Yes, absolutely. Yes,
because God
That is-
stretched
that
the
is
heavens,
very-
and what else could it possibly mean?
yeah.
So similar to is it in the like that's approximately what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
or in, like I said, any Nostradamus quatrain where it's like this, and it's like very flowery poetic speech, and it's like, well, you're referring to the like Berlin Olympics or the Munich
Oh
Olympics,
yeah, yeah.
and then blah blah blah, and it's like you, I guess, God such the heavens is a good, where it's like, if after the fact you chose to interpret it that way, but almost for certain, that's not what
Yeah, that's not what
was
they meant.
being. Yeah. Yes. Yes. There's a reason that no serious, yeah, Zachariah Sitchin is insane. And yeah.
As soon as Trump gets a Nobel Prize, Sitchin's is getting his.
Yeah.
Cosmic time based on the great year of precession, 25,000 years. That was their base time figure. 25,000 years. They walk out of the Stone Age and they know about precession. And that's their unit of measure of astronomical time.
All right, look, we're
On.
now at the bottom of the hour, so I'd like to break and invite people to call in and pick you apart a little bit. How's that?
Well, do we want to talk about where we came from before we do that?
All right, we'll do that and then open the lines. How's that? All right,
Nope.
stay right there.
I'm getting tired, so I
This
need some
is
callers.
Coast to Coast AM from the Kingdom of Nye.
So they did that. They genetically engineered. Now, the way we know that is because of the feats of.
We get it unraveled. What's to stop us from breaking down the barrier?
Absolutely nothing. And let me say,
Just trying to find
probably
callers.
the most convincing one is up the possibility of having.
I'll say that. In fact, that is exactly what you said. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Lloyd Pye.
Hi. How are you?
I am fine.
Okay, just make sure. My name's Sherry. I'm from Harlem. Right? I'm living in Harlem right now.
From where?
Harlem, New York.
Okay.
I've been living in Staten Island for 23 years, but I was raised in Harlem.
Well,
You're welcome. I mean, my question is more of a spiritual nature.
Okay.
One question I'd like to ask Mr. Pye, is he familiar with a book? It's called The Classification of Planets.
No, not that particular book. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. Well, basically what he says is that there are 5 classifications from 0 to 5 of planets, and there are certain planets that can produce other planets, universes that can produce other universes, that kind of a theory. And a friend of mine told me about it, so I said, where are we in the scheme of things? He said, well, we're 0.
okay, you're talking about Dr. Michio Kaku and his theory regarding type 0, 1, 2, and 3 civilizations, correct?
Right. Okay.
And we are a 0, yes.
Okay, which made me feel kind of
Are you
bad.
familiar with that
Being a
concept,
human being.
Paul?
Just new to me.
I can't remember who's so a type 0 civilization lives on a planet. Type 1 civilization is like maximizes the resources from a sun and a solar system. I can't remember the exact classifications, but it's kind of like a class 3 civilization utilizes resources across the galaxy, and it's like a Sagan thing or Asimov or
Gotcha.
something. Yeah. So yes, we're currently a class 0 civilization because we're stuck on one planet using resources from a planet. Yeah. It's a completely arbitrary, it means nothing. Yeah.
Yeah. Sadly, her call quality is rather poor, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
My question is
Hey,
more
Paul.
of a spiritual nature.
Scotty Orbit has the same shirt that you're wearing.
wow, that's
What a
amazing.
crazy coincidence. Yeah. Yeah.
Is there anything after this life, based on the little bit of the show that I did here, and I'm the first-time caller?
All right, well, that's the ultimate question, all right. What do you conclude, Lloyd, or do you stay away from it entirely?
Based on the writings of the Sumerians, which is all I really like to go on, I try to stay away from metaphysics as much as I can. The Anunnaki themselves, these individuals that live on this other
Here you
planet,
go.
they had
Anunnaki.
Anunnaki, there they
concept
are.
of a monotheistic great God, like what we say is a God with a capital G. They
Right.
felt that there was a big God behind them that created them, governing everything that they did, created the universe. Very similar, and in fact, a carbon copy of what we believe now because we took it from them. They handed it down to us. Initially, because we were living with them, considered them, the Anunnaki, gods with a small g. They were our gods. On a daily basis, we were serving and dealing with them. When they finally left us and left us in charge of the store, so to speak, the small God concept went away, the small G concept went away, and it passed down to us their large G concept, and that has become what we believe now.
So, to sum up, you are suggesting that indeed you believe, as they believe, that there is a God, big G, that there is a life and a spirit that extends beyond the physical.
What did they say? And that's what they said. As far as my personal beliefs on it, I'm still working on that. I have some reservations. I have some leanings in that direction. But that part of my personal belief system is still in process, and I'm still working on that.
Okay, that's fair. Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Lloyd Pye. Hi.
Yes. All right, Lloyd. This is Dan in Virginia.
Hi.
It's a fascinating program.
Yes.
It raises a lot of questions, and it answers a lot of things, too. My understanding is that...
Does it, though?
I guess what I'm going to ask you, at one time, man apparently had all the facilities to do great things, and then he got genetically manipulated. So my question is, what happened before the Sumerians?
We barely missed that section, Paul.
We missed that.
Yeah.
Or were the Sumerians the ideal thing that man is fully capable of doing?
All right. Well, in other words, were the Sumerians the first?
Not exactly. The first people, as the genes tell us, came to be between 200 and 250,000 years ago. The first humans as we are now, the first Cro-Magnons, or whatever you want to call us at that point. But we were human. We were fully human in the way that we are today. Now, most of those people that were alive up to the time of the flood, which is around 13,000 years ago, around 11,000 BC, the Great Flood did in fact occur, according to the Sumerians, and it did in fact wipe out most of us. So then we had to start over at that point, repopulating the planet. Again, the gene line is staying intact, but most of us are now gone, and we have to repopulate the planet. There was never a time, Dan, frankly, when we were superior or capable of extraordinary things. From the very get-go, we were designed to be an inferior model of the Anunnaki, an inferior model of the gods with the small g. And we have always been that. We've always had the 10% partition in our brains. We have always had the 4,000 and counting genetic disorders initially because we had more of the Anunnaki pure genes in us. But as time has gone by and as we've gone through the generations and mixed and swirled and combined those 4,000 disorders, we have gotten progressively less than we might have been at the beginning. But
We're the dollar store Anunnaki.
We're the dollar store Anunnaki. It's glorious, Paul, because it is just religion on another name, right? Like the Sumerians are just true because they're Sumerian, because it is true.
Yeah.
It's true because it's true.
It's true because it's true.
So everything filtered through that lens becomes, then it's all of these things because obviously there's Anunnaki because the Sumerians said there were, and they were the first civilization. So they couldn't be wrong.
Couldn't be wrong.
Yeah.
It would be if I made remix of Jingle, it'd be like, for the cuneiform tells me so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I am checking out, Dave.
You're done? We're done?
Yeah, we're coming up on 4.5 hours, and I think
I'm good.
I'm fading. We got the Anunnaki in there.
Yeah, we heard the word Anunnaki. We're good to go.
Do you have a joke to end our show?
Oh my goodness, I forgot we did that. Hey, Paul.
Yes, Dave.
Are you familiar? You're a student of philosophy and various things. Are you familiar with the Earth sign paradox?
The Earth sign paradox. I am not familiar with the Earth sign paradox.
So the Earth sign paradox states that if you take a bear, right?
Yeah.
And put socks and shoes on it, it still has bare feet. Explain that. You can't, can you, scientists?
Awesome. Love it.
There you
All
go.
right. Well, thank you everyone for joining us. We are sorry that it took so long. We will promise it won't take. Well, I can't promise anything.
Yeah, be very, very careful about that.
We promise we'll have more shows again.
We will do this again someday.
Indeed.
Um,
But we
yeah.
missed it and we enjoyed hanging out with you. So I hope you had a great morning, evening, afternoon, whichever one applies to you. Have a good
hopefully in
night.
2 weeks we're back. Bye,
Later.
everybody. And that's the end of our show.
Now I gotta wait for my. There we go. End the stream.
End the stream.
End the stream.
2 weeks from now is the week before